Gamers with my continuing look at World Ablaze. Hello everyone, we'll be starting making an episode very shortly. Here, just getting things set. Right. Welcome back everyone, this is Gamer1745 here, and I am playing Germany World Ablaze. Oh, what a shocker, shocker, shocker. I'm sure you didn't expect either Germany or World Ablaze. Getting ready to click on this. Well, as you can tell, it is January 1, 1936. Now, I had played fairly far into, not very far in, but a ways into the game already. Now, why am I starting over again? Gamer, don't you ever finish a series? It's been a long time since I have, maybe. That's quite true. Criticism, well deserved. This time, I would say it's Paradox's fault. Uncharted and the World Ablaze team, they do a great job. They put out a healthy flow of versions of games, and if you played a little more concentratedly, a little faster than I do, not yet, should play the game faster, plus play it in a few days and not like one day a week for 4 hours kind of thing, it wouldn't be as big an issue. But because I do sort of take a long time, because I want to sort of enjoy this with the audience here, I'm just doing this live, and so it's not as much. And Uncharted does a really good job at having the last major version of it as an alternate, and it's still up there. But Black Ice, and I haven't even checked into this, Black Ice did an update. Not Black Ice, I'm thinking my Hearts of Iron 3 game. Now, Paradox with Hoi 4 did a update to Hoi 4, and I don't know what changed in it. Last week, both these versions were effed. Don't know how messed up they were, but messed up they were. I don't know if I were to go back and use the save with, like I was saying, Uncharted does a really good job at having the older version there. It's a minor update, can even tell it by the numbers, but is it compatible? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it looks compatible and then you get waves down in the rabbit hole and it's not. And I don't want to be unfair to World Ablaze, don't want to be unfair to everybody here. And so, yeah, starting over again. Hopefully there won't be an update here. And normally Paradox puts older versions up, but they didn't, to go back to, they didn't for this. So yeah, so we're going to continue here. Now, I think I'm ready to play because I don't think there's any major changes from the last time. So, but I am going to I'm going to take some of the stuff that I remembered learning from my earlier playthrough of advice on. One of them was very strongly advised to just build military factories or primary military factories, where I like to do a lot of civ factories starting out to be able to pay for things. But I gather with the game, the way it's set up with expansions, that is unnecessary. We will see. Oh, well, okay. That's a little too far forward. Radios, signal company. Yes, radar. That will fill all the research slots currently. How are we doing on logistics? Okay. Factories are used up. What I want to do here is see what's almost completed. That'll be a lot faster once we get more in. So let's do that. I guess they're the same class. That way, once one of these gets completed, fill up here, here, and then get down to there. Okay. Now, looks like we'll need to trade for some rubber. Good. Take it to heart my suggestion that we should be able to trade heavily with the United States at this time. Why don't they like me? Why don't they like me? America liked Nazi Germany. Hello, Don Ramirez. What's to do? And World of Blaze Gamer. Okay. Hello, David, and hello, MMDB. Hello all. Okay. Well, there are two different mods. I have been. It's been longer since if we're talking Hoi 4 Black Ice, because there is a Hoi 4 and Hoi 3. So I'm presuming you're talking apples to apples, as in Black Ice mod. There are different takes on trying to improve Hoi 4. The last time I was playing Black Ice, and it's been more than a year, so I don't know how it's changed. I intend to get back and play it again, Black Ice again, though this I know has come out and I want to play it. Black Ice was doing a lot more challenges, if you will, to make the game more challenging, or however, with effects that I think were overkill. That's what got me to rage quit Black Ice. I have not yet rage quit World of Blaze, so that's a good sign. Then no, I don't rage quit most things. Yeah, the Russia situation here, where again, if those who don't watch everything, I was just like into this kind of local area terrain into Russia and getting massive negative impacts. Again, impacts that I would agree, east of Moscow, yeah, and get successful, be a little bit here, maybe even get harder and harder and harder, deeper and deeper. That was it. Maybe they fixed all that now. So I don't know. I just quite honestly don't know at this time period because I haven't gone back and looked at it. But now that No Step Back is out with the trains, it changes things immensely. I don't know. I quite honestly haven't even checked to see if they've updated the does this get me NATO symbols? Why aren't we having NATO symbols? be removed? NATO symbols? Apply? No. That doesn't do it. Oh, I think, oh, I know, oh, okay. First, let me go back and NATO symbols. I know this for some reason. I remember having to deal with this before. No, not office core, it's here. It's here for some reason. This, I think, but default symbol, yeah. There we go. I just like my NATO symbols. Okay, it isn't update. I haven't checked, and that's one of the reasons I was informed, again, by Uncharted, he's a really nice guy, that they're on 10. Okay, well, I don't know if love-hate is the right degrees of a relationship that I have with Hoi 4. Way back, literally in the early 1990s, in my head, I was designing a computer game like we have here today when I was playing Avalon Hill's Third Reich. Now, in my head, it was Greater European Theater, it wasn't global. There was a lot of things like that are different than this. So it wasn't literally this, but it was this, in that you would produce weapons that would fill out your counters. Something, hey, Arno, my friend, would fill out, your units, counters as I would prefer them, but however you want to do your units, would fill them out. Things like that were in my head for what would be the great computer game, a version of, the tabletop type transition, what you could do. Hey, thanks for following. Do appreciate that. And so, there's a lot of stuff that they're doing really, really right with Hoi 4. But for multiple reasons, I still like Black Ice Hoi 3 better. Some of it may be aesthetic. Some of it is, it has a better map. More provinces in the theaters that you are normally engaged with. So if you come down here, because I've just been playing Hoi 3 before playing this, the provinces are well, yeah, there's more provinces down here, and so it's better down here than it is in Hoi 3, but it's fewer provinces up here. So what that means is doom stacks. You have less and less tactical finesse to play with. And I think they've primarily gone to fewer provinces here because they've overall increased all the provinces here. And the more provinces you have, my understanding is the more more demanding it is on computer systems. So that is part of the reason. I also think part of the reason is their AI is not that good. Or maybe it's very good, but for AIs, but AIs just can't handle it yet. I don't know which is the answer. And hello, Yeeter Kid, how you doing? I feel the same. Map is way better on 3. Yes, absolutely. So, and I do know, and again, I don't know if somebody like World Ablaze team would want to pick this up, but would somebody please translate this? Hey, IKB, good to have you here, my friend. Translate this map into a 2D map. You can make a 2D map version of this. Please, please, someone make a 2D map version for Hoi 4, please. Because then, because I don't know if you know this, I've seen it, they did make a test version of counters like in Hoi 3. But because this is a pseudo 3D map, and you can see that some of the buildings are sort of being buried by mountains and whatnot, they try to keep that from happening. The counters were being buried and it didn't work. So if we ever had a good 2D map, like a Hoi 3 map, but just image-wise, not necessarily changing any or I'm calling hexes, any territories or provinces, however you want to, I guess that, then we could have the old style counters back. I think I could convince them. I know Podcast's moved on to a different project, but maybe we could convince them to release the counter style that they made. So aesthetically, some of the stuff that I would like, that I think is better, could come back. So, but then, then they come in and they add these wonderful trains. Now, these are just, sort of funky toy train model things. Fine. Not what I would do. But the idea that there's railroads going around, that's great. That is great. And I know this sort of shows where the supplies are going. Encounters aren't like in Hoi 3. In Hoi 4, they are above each other, so it takes up more space. Yeah, but I'm saying is they did, and they released a test version, a photo of a test version of Hoi 3 style counters with this, map, and it just didn't look good to do. So if someday someone were to make a 2D map and go, oh, hey, World of Blaze mod has a 2D map option. Hey, can we get the old style counters? Please, pretty please, can you release that? For modding capabilities or whatever. I would love somebody to do that. And as more time goes on, because I've not been engaged. I used to be a beta tester for Hoi 4, before it was released, and for a few years on beyond that, and I'm no longer one of the guys that was my main contact. He's moved to another project, so I'm losing effective influence there, and I'm obviously not that big of a YouTuber for them to just because Gamer wants it, that they'll do it. But if there's, okay, Arno found some rail that dated to 1896 this week that was still in the track. Well, cool. Are you going to pull it up and replace it with new stuff, but keep the old rail as a relic, I hope, or something like that? Okay. All right. I think even though we don't have a lot of, no, yeah, keep that. This is what I wanted to hit. Just we'll give a location of over here. Sounds fun. Just to get some stuff in training while we are ramping up production here. Because 1896 is fairly early. It's over 100 years ago, obviously now, but fairly early railroad track for Britain. I know you posted a long time ago the sort of replacement methods that they were doing back, I think it was in the 60s or something, the thing that you posted. Yeah. Remember said how much I hate 1936? Cool year, but I just hate playing it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. you know, I recently did a talk about von Kirchler and whatnot. So let's put him in his historical spot, because I remember it, because I was reading and did a talk on him. I'll eventually change it. I will try and save a bit. Cool. Well, unless they have lots of it just sitting around, I think they would want to save it just as a case of historical significance. That would be cool. Hello, Poop Hunter. I'm back at Triple EA. And welcome here, yes. But also there would be reasons. I would think they would be interested in knowing the how strong, or brittle, or what's the condition of that rail after all of this time. I know if I was why can't we move? Yeah. Yeah, I understand, because I do recognize the name Poop Hunter from being around before, for sure. It just, I don't keep track, and I did see that it did say it was your first time chat here under that handle, at least numbers like 88 or whatever. Okay, well, we don't need Atlantic Wall yet. Let's do this first. Okay. Well, let's come out here in the Rhineland area and build some factories. We'll get through production here. Well, it says we can modify governments. Hey, Stalin boy, how you doing? Let's see. Yeah, we should have. Well, should we have? Because we're not doing civilian factories so much now. That's my normal want. But getting more political power sooner rather than later is good, so a Rudolf Hess would be good as a sidekick. I don't think most of you know who Rudolf Hess. Well, I don't know who he really was, but I sort of know who he really was. I know that's seeming contradicting statements and all, but Rudolf Hess, this guy here. He was born. School. Okay. School. Okay. Other track components make up that line. Have stamps for September 1944. I think that it was a wartime. You need a sighting. Here you go. Use what you can find to build it. Okay, so you're probably thinking that even some of that stuff was, or the early stuff was in storage or whatever, and they needed, and I guess from what you're saying, it's sighting track, which is you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to presume the amount of stress that a siding will have that you're moving trains on slowly versus something that has the stress levels of trains going at speed on it probably is a lot less. So it's not as critical bit of infrastructure for accidents and serious problems that way. Derailing of a very slow moving train, around a rail yard versus, out on the, main lines of it. I'm sure there's a lot less of a problem. But yeah, and they probably just reused it. But that's interesting. Yeah, that is interesting. Okay, well, let's look at logistics here, and we'll get back to Rudolf Hess in a moment. Okay, this is one thing that I learned with World Ablaze my first time playing through it, is we want lots and lots and lots of artillery. Okay, I know we're going to have to reactivate some steel mills here, but let's see, well, just to put in 4 artillery factories, and then we're going to come over here. See, I am learning with the help of the some of the some of the World Ablaze players that have helped me out. Thank you guys. No, it's close. Reactivate. Okay, have at least 30 iron units available. So we don't have enough iron. What is going wrong? Okay. Resource map. Well, it looks like we have. Iron. Okay, I don't know. Maybe it needs to take a little bit of time. So Rudolf Hess, he was born in Alexandria, Egypt. His parents were living there for a while. It wasn't just, and he lived there in at least his early boyhood. I don't mean just as an infant. I mean as boyhood. I don't remember how old he was when he returns to Europe. Well, okay. Well, see, you're on a little bit of a delay. Okay, no, here, iron. Okay, we are. How do we expand our... Do we need to build more iron mines, I guess? Germany should not be that short of iron. This is where I start coming into problems with World Ablaze. Which do we have? Okay, steel mill, right? Steel mill, don't inactive versus active. So maybe we have to import it. Germany, of course, had plenty of iron. Okay, everyone. I'm not saying there is zero bottleneck with iron, but for the needs of 1936 that the German government could in a practicality had plenty of iron and had a reasonable amount of reusable steel. So steel was not that big of a problem. Where you find the problem was high quality steel. Yeah, I know I could probably trade. You can trade for more or do some focuses that give you more iron Yeah, that's what I'm going to have to do. But I was just looking to see iron shortage days, our steel mills. Okay, remove. Okay, so I guess we're just going to have to trade for more iron. Because I'm going to, no, I don't want to do that much. Because I'm going to be expanding my steel mills. Once we get iron coming in, I want more than just enough to meet that immediate. Okay, we're doing this. And maybe I should be doing the 4-year plan, but we will see what's going on. So he returns to Europe. So I'm sure growing up in a world that either spoke English or Arabic, and maybe an immediate family and family friends that speaking German was going to be different and an influence on Rudolf Hess. I do understand that he spoke English. He does have the translator headphones on for the Nuremberg trials. So I don't know, shall we say, comprehension level. I do know that, like, when he flies to Scotland. Now, of course, speaking English and trying to speak to somebody in Scotland, I don't know if he understands the difficulty of it. I know I'm giving an asides here and whatnot. I hope they're interesting. Won't get into too much. There's political things in the background, so I'm not going to go there. But me and a friend, we're driving around lowland Scotland one day. Now, I was American and he was Belgian, though he lived in Scotland and I was temporarily living in Scotland. And we went, and it was the winter time, so a lot of touristy things weren't open. We went somewhere, was checking the thing out, and an old woman lived in a house sort of right next to it. Again, I don't want to go too deep into any of this, and she came out and talked to us. And she seemed to understand us if we spoke carefully, okay? We had a significant difficulty in understanding her because she did not speak English. Now, this was an old woman. This was back in the 90s. The old woman remembers the bombings during the war. World War I, the Zeppelin bombings in Scotland. She remembered the Zeppelin bombings in World War I Scotland as a child. So she spoke, like I say, she did not speak English, but she generally understood English. I don't know that she had a television. She definitely had a radio. So she understood English. She spoke Scots, not Scottish accented English, not the sort of Lothian English that I sort of got, well, nu, which has a fair amount of, and that was a fairly correctly accented bit of Scots that's still spoken there, but it's mostly English with a little bit of Scots words in it. You can, and she spoke very thick, old, broad Scots. Well, when Rudolf Hess bails out over lowland Scotland, I don't know how likely you're to find a farmer that's going to understand his English, let alone English generally speaking. Okay, the more iron focuses are for your... Yeah, I understand that there's stuff, but I was trying to solve the problem now. You might have used the headphones at the trials for people speaking language other than... It very well could be IKB. Hello, Neutron was taken. This is World Ablaze mod. A very good mod. So, yeah. So, when Rudolf Hess does his flight to Scotland, and literally, I mean, he knows he's taking off. And again, I mean, the guy's evil. Okay, we're just let me put it out there. Rudolf Hess is evil. I'm not trying to make it out, but I am impressed with his piloting skills, because he gets in an airplane, either at night or nearly towards dusk, takes off from somewhere in Germany, a Messerschmitt or BF, however you want to say it, BF 110, I believe it was. It's a 2-seat twin engine airplane, fairly long range, but he knows that it doesn't have enough range to fly from Germany, wherever it was he was taking off, to Scotland and come back. So he knows it's a one-way trip, and he knows that there's going to be no place for him to land this aircraft, because it's going to be at dark. But he's able to navigate himself, that he takes off, flies across the ocean, and the Hamilton estate, which is somewhere in lowland Scotland, he's able to navigate. And now I know you could sort of go, oh, we'll just fly along the compass, if you know the right compass heading. Well, understand that he's going this way, and the wind is going from, well, I know when I was out here, you could see the wind by the clouds. It's always going this way here. So the wind is pushing you at a pace. So, if you fly in a straight line, you really go like this, because you get, even though you have the compass heading like this, but you're still going this way, but you meaning you don't turn and go this way, but your natural drift, because like for every 3 steps this way, it moves you 1 step this way. So as you fly, it does this. So even though you're flying in this direction, so like to get to here, you have to fly to here, as if you're flying here, and the wind will push you this way, kind of thing. Okay, that may not be all that tough, but he does that. But he also bails out very near the estate. So the distance, that whole thing. So he bails out of the airplane, and to be able to do that, and so instead of these twin engine airplane getting out, so instead of do that, he trying to climb out of the airplane, he opens the canopy, and flying along, undoes his seatbelt. He's strapped in with a parachute on his back, rolls the plane upside down, and falls out of it. That's how he bails out over Scotland at night. A farmer does capture him, but I think he was as much looking for the farmer and asking directions as anything else. I don't think he was trying to hide, because he was trying to get in touch with it. Now, there's a lot of kooky stuff going on there. What's Starstreak saying? Hess was behind the center plot to enlist the Loch Ness Monster as a Nazi agent. Well, that might not be entirely far from the truth in some wacky ways, but we're going to get to Hess, the Loch Ness Monster. That's the mythical monster in Loch Ness, which Loch Ness is a very long lake right along here. There is a small stream, but it's like maximum 6 feet deep. Going into the ocean, so it's not really connected to the ocean, but it's a long lake here, so it requires no step back, which I don't have. Well, okay, you can check on there whether it requires the DLC. I'm not sure, or just the latest free update. I don't know. I bought the DLC, so I don't know for sure if it requires it. I don't know if they have an earlier version back, but the railroads are a massive improvement. So yeah, I don't know whether you can check into that. You can check in on they have a Discord forum. I know you can get into. I think it's listed on their Steam page for it, but whatever they say, so I'm not sure. Oh, you quit Discord? Okay, I understand there's several reasons for this. Okay, so let's continue with this. I'm going to ignore spies for this playthrough. Okay, now we should have an excess of iron, which we should be able to reactivate core steel mill. Ah, thank you. Oh, you're doing that. Loch Ness Monster, right. Okay, so Rudolf Hess rose up partially in Alexandria, Egypt. He is one of the very early members of an esoteric society. Please, everybody who's listening, understand that I'm going to get some things wrong in what I'm saying here now, because I'm just going off of memory, and it is fallible, so I'm sure there are some details wrong. But in the late 19th century, second half at least, but late 19th century, there's a mystical movement that grows up. New era. Well, we're going to come over here and do the 4-year plan now. Okay, we are going to do some heavy artillery. How are you able to get a... it's called overpaying for it. I paid a lot for it. And I didn't. I bought it through sort of an Amazon, some sort of reseller out of Florida, on the Amazon website. So it didn't come from Amazon itself. It's one of the Amazon marketplace people. So yeah, I got a very nice one, but I spent a lot of money on it. So that's, yeah, for money you can get things. Trust me, for money you can get just about anything you want if you have the money and you're willing to spend it. So yeah, no, I definitely was a scalper. Very much new in box. I don't know exactly. I don't know how they got it. They had said they had some sort of business name associated with it, but small thing out of Florida. And yes, I was very worried about was it going to actually be real or not. So yeah. So there's several esoteric movements. One of them at the core is founded by Madame Blavatsky, Russian name, if you will. And the organization is called the Theosophical Society. She claims in the 19th century... Okay, well, I don't know what the Loch Ness Monster is, but if you look at the... and I've watched a bunch of documentaries on the subject. You look at the amount of life in Loch Ness. Loch Ness is sort of a dead lake. You go down a distance, after a certain distance, it just becomes, what is it? Abiotic or antibiotic or whatever, meaning there aren't all the organisms that consume things like wood. It's similar to the Black Sea. The Black Sea is very old. They found out here down the bottom remnants of human settlements, but including and as in like tens of thousands of years old, including the wood from them, as well as like Roman era, more recent shipwrecks. Because what happened here was it was very old, and I think if not a freshwater, a fresher water, and then this broke through here and flooded over on the top of it. So you have sort of an alive layer, and then you go down deeper and you have a dead layer in the Black Sea. It's really sort of weird that way. So you can go find like old trees that if you put that tree in the water here, it would just... in 30 or 40 years, it would just go away. It would just decompose. So you have that sort of kind of thing with the Loch Ness. So I don't think you could have a plesiosaur or anything that big. There's definitely effects that I've seen in films. But yeah, it's there isn't enough life, abundancy in Loch Ness to support something big. But yeah, star streak. So Madame Blavatsky claims to, and there is some evidence, I believe, that she travels to like Nepal or Tibet, but she gets shown some secret writings, shall we say, tablets or something. I don't know how she read or understood them, but she gets shown these things, and then she brings back this sort of message to Europe, and the Theosophical Society is still alive and still has millions of members. Now, this creates, and I know I'm going sort of deep here. Let me keep the clock going here. There's sort of, and there's different branching offs of things from this Theosophical Society. In the very late 19th century to just because there's one thing that has, I think, a 1919 date or something like that, but somewhere in the very, because there's proto before it. Yes, I know where I'm going on all of this. Proto-organizations before coming up. There is formed a group called the Thule Society or Thule Society. I'm not sure. Thule or Thule. Thule sounds cooler to me, but I don't know what the correct pronunciation. I've heard both, referring to anaerobic environment, meaning no oxygen, therefore no life as we know it. Yes, exactly. That's what. And my understanding, the bottom of Loch Ness is that way, at least in parts of it. So yes, thank you, IKB. Yeah, like I say, I'm getting stuff wrong here. If you're really interested, you go read a book. One of my friends, Eric, has actually discovered books. He's discovered them, and he, I think, owns 3 that he considers important right now. And he's reading them, actually, because he had them for a while and didn't actually really read them, but he's actually reading them now and finding all kinds of things, because he and many other people of his generation thought that everything was contained on this thing called the web. And he's learning that there's more information out there than what's on the web. So if you're really interested in all of this, you should, right now, we'll give it to Guderian. We'll send Rommel to Spain in a bit here. The water looks, like a cup of tea without milk because it's rot. Yeah, yes. Oh, things do rot. It does fall apart. Yeah, wait, Eric. Eric can read. He just hadn't read books before. So yeah, there's coming. It has its roots in the Theosophical Society, but there are several German philosophers that sort of predate the creation of the Thule Society or Thule Society. And their philosophy has a lot of racial elements to it, very, very much so. It's very race-oriented. And this group is some middle-class people, but a lot of sort of elites going on. Okay, well, we need a lot more steel. Can we activate another? Oh, we can only close where... do we not have enough? No, we still have enough. We're going to actually now expand even more trade there. Okay, we are not building enough, but we're building some more. Let's build some support equipment. Oh no, we actually have factory line already opened up. Come up here. Here, okay. Well, just because we don't have enough of the steel, so I'm not gonna. Well, let's just add this here. Let's import some of this from Portugal. Yeah, one factory worth. How to quick people shock. Okay. So, the 4-year plan. Okay, good. Yep, we'll want to do appoint Hermann Goering. And so this group creates this sort of weird mystic racial society. Now they're already in World War I, you start to see the use of the swastika as a good luck symbol in Germany. It does the swastika, again, to give you Madame Blavatsky's Theosophical Society to this day still uses the swastika, but they have theirs going in the opposite direction. So it's sort of like a mirrored image. They've always had it in that direction, as far as I can tell. It is a Buddhist symbol primarily, the swastika. I think it is. Or maybe it's a Hindu originally, but I know it's both used in Hinduism and Buddhism now. No, again, Buddhism is an offshoot of Hinduism, if you will, because the Buddha, I forget his other name, his more terrestrial name, was a Hindu that creates Buddhism. So probably is a... And then, of course, there's also Native Americans who either had some sort of contact or also developed the swastika on its own. And it's really the Theosophical Society imports the swastika to Europe in any major way. You can see, and I think I have digital pictures of every single attempt for the Nazis to point at something in the ancient, Roman or other world, and you go, this is a swastika, and they go, used here in tiles, and they go, yeah, if I squint and sort of see it, yeah, there's a swastika within that image. Yeah, they're trying to make it out as if it was some sort of ancient European symbol. Really, I believe it is coming from the East, if you want to call it Asia or not, I'm not sure, depending upon your India. Yeah, India's Asia. But so they're the ones that import the and it's thought to be a good luck symbol, as well as maybe other Hindu. I'm not doing native. I guess what we will start to do here is, because we will need to do this, how long until we get that? Very soon. We'll wait the 11 days. So you start to see on a lot of like German helmets and other things in at the end of World War I, swastikas put on them. Here are primarily, I would say, as a good luck thing, good luck symbol. Belief in Christianity is collapsing in Europe because of various reasons, including World War I itself. I was thinking, okay, yeah, on their hand in history, one time. Okay, well, yeah, and people do that. People do stupid things. This Thule Society uses the swastika as its symbol. That got that, and we're going to 41 days is too long. Okay, well, I guess these are just so far in advance that I'd rather another 36 technology that I can just do. Those are all okay. Well, let's do time to Bison. Oh, there's Goering is appointed. Very nice. Okay. So, I'm sort of, well, military slots. I'm still trying to build out more. Let's do. Military pack rearmament. Let's do this, because what I want to do is have some of these research bonuses this time to be a bit more useful. I know I'm making maybe a short story long here, partially because of interruptions, but I think it's a fascinating thing. So you have swastikas coming around and being sort of useful. Well, the Theosophical Society, like I said, it was made up, as far as I can tell, of sort of upper middle class types and sort of elitist types, looking for an alternative to Christianity. Belief in Christianity, like I say, is collapsing because of World War I, and how can a God let all this tragedy happen? And people are looking for answers because you see a very, very strong rise in mysticism around World War I, particularly with people trying to contact dead relatives, often dead in World War I or in the pandemic back then, the influenza pandemic back then. You know, I don't really care about Dutch trade at the moment. Okay, we can do, now we can do Walter Funk. I like to call him Walter Radio. When are you going to test, or when are you going to set up a production line for heavy AA guns? Hey, Arno, I don't even have enough freaking steel to produce most of these things I'm not even producing right now that I have in factories. So, wait, Arno, until I get things organized up. Reactivate more things. So this group, I think, sees the collapsing of German society and sees the collapse of the Kaiserreich, or the government, and realizes something, that to have power in the future, don't worry, we're getting to Hess. Power in the future. Okay, we don't need that quite yet. Let's see. Military factories. Hermann Goering Works. Which should get, okay, more steel mills, so let's do that. Decides to set up a political party. So this esoteric society, do we have aluminum mills we can reactivate? You know, decides to have a we want to import then. Again, I know you've updated this. People, sorry, gamer's having a bit of a moment here. And I know maybe, I don't know. And a few people have said, well, why don't you post over in the Discord thread for, you know, World Ablaze or something. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna. I'm taking my time now to comment on it like I did before, but U.S.-German relations were not that bad. Yes, eventually they withdraw their ambassador for a little while. But that was over Germany not sending them money. And that, I think, was 37 or 38. Not sure. this game still has not only has relations here, but also has diplomatic relations. Your diplomatic relations here, but they also have in their a separate sort of trade opinion. There's like trade opinion here, and yes, this diplomatic relations does affect trade opinion, but you can set the trade opinion as something different, meaning they can have good relations and you can make the trades not happen with it. Okay, I don't know what Poop Hunter's going on about. And so I know in an earlier video I presented my evidence of how much trade there's going on right now in June 36 between the US and Germany. And there's also a lot of intellectual trade, meaning like secrets on how to make synthetic rubber are being discussed between Standard Oil and IG Farben, like right now in 1936, or some, sending messages back and forth, or scientists back and forth, and they're doing this stuff. And wages is yes. It's on audiobook. I had to get that audiobook. Is it in the Audible? Because I have an Audible account. I'll get that later today if it's Audible, because I have some credits. Because that's Toz's book. I don't know how you pronounce it. What the hell are roll mops? Okay, I don't know. Sauerkraut, okay. So I will look into that. It's on Audible. Okay, I will definitely be getting it later today. Then, don't know when I'll get to listening to it. And look, I know Gamer doesn't control the world. I know just because I have opinions, or just because I state facts, people don't have to jump to what I think should be. But I just think this is ridiculous that Germany cannot trade basic things with the United States. The only thing I found so far, and I've researched it fairly deeply, that America refused to, and literally this guy refused to trade with Germany, was helium. And I know they've opened up the helium reserve now and do trade it, but back then helium was partially because of World War I and the Zeppelins, was thought was a specific national interest. And they did send Hugo Echner, I think that's how you pronounce it. And I have in Third Reich Events, my mod, I have a picture of Hugo Echner shaking Theodore Roosevelt's hand, and he's sent on a mission to get helium. This is after the Hindenburg disaster, to get helium for Germany, and they say no. But that is the only case that I have of America. Now, it changes in 1940 when the war starts, and even though the U.S. is not in it, they're starting to, at that point. But in 1936, there's none of this. It's like the Nazis, well, they're okay. They're not that bad. In the, Franklin, he likes the fascist. Franklin likes the fascist. He doesn't so much like the Nazis, but he likes the fascists. He thinks Mussolini is sort of kind of cool because the commies really take it too far. Let's sort of be like the fascists. And I'm not joking here, people. Now, he maybe not like all their parading in arms, salutes and all that stuff, but he's sort of in favor of the fascists. Yes, I'm going to get that. Okay, yeah, I'm sure I can search on And you may be looking at Audible in the UK, because like I know Amazon UK and is different. Okay, we're going to upgrade these even though we're not producing any because we don't have enough steel. What do I care right now until I get more of this goddamn steel going on? Steel. That, no, wait. Reactivate core aluminum. Okay. Reactivate core steel. We need more bauxite. So we have 11 days left here. Do we not have enough? No, we still, okay, we need to get more. But really, people, this is way too low of iron. And you know, why am I importing fucking iron from Sweden? I'm not trying to work myself up into a rage quit here, but it's happening. I don't know everything. Okay, people, I really quite honestly don't know everything. But to the best of my knowledge, in 1936, to the best of my knowledge, Germany did not import iron. Well, was it steel or was it iron? Let me look this up before I go too crazy here. Let me get over here. Am I just getting this all wrong? Was it the iron ore or was it? Yeah, no, it was the iron ore. Okay, I'm getting it wrong. It was the iron ore that they were bringing in. Okay, but they were just the reason they brought in the iron ore from Sweden was not that Germany needed the iron ore. It was an important factor in European theater of World War II. Both allies were teen mining districts in northeast Sweden. Blockaded it. Winston Churchill, yes. Background. No, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But it was mostly because it was high quality. It had what we believe is tungsten in it. Yeah, it's better for my health, probably. Let's have a River War Winston Churchill account of the Reconquest. Ah, yes. I have not read that or listened to it, that either. Reconquest of Sudan, mostly descriptions of how the railway supported the advance was built. I know he also wrote the book about whatever fighting he went up and was part of in here early on. Okay, well, I don't know. We need more iron. It just seems overly much coming from Sweden. And I'm getting frustrated to having to click this damn thing here. Okay, we need more. We need more. Well, what do you know? We need more. This one first. This one is useful, but not right now, really, but we'll do it since we can do it efficiently. Okay, are we yet? How? Okay. How many? Right. Well, you're having fun invading. I want to talk about the crazy man Rudolf Hess. I don't want to talk about having to click iron ore crap over and over and over and over. I don't have 600. I don't know that I need 600. Come on. Don't give me a mechanic and then make me spend all my fucking time clicking and clicking and clicking and clicking and clicking this damn thing. Why do I have to sit here and click this damn thing? And it won't be necessary because I just got this or something, I know, but 42 days, 21 days, we'll do this. I know that looks good, but I don't need it yet because I don't have enough fucking steel. It's not like they didn't know this a week before I started the game. Of course they were importing enough steel then. Okay, well now we have a positive amount of steel, finally. Probably too much, but hey, let's import some bauxite. Okay, I guess we can get it from there. How much do we need? Let's do that. Don't know how much bauxite I'll need here. Well, you know, we're gonna save this. And I'm going to end the episode, not the live stream, not going anywhere, but those watching later on YouTube, thank you so much for watching. Thank you for putting up with an angry gamer today. Didn't want to be. Well, I actually was sort of angry having to start this over again. I will admit that. I didn't like start out wanting to be angry, but I started out angry of having to, and I was blaming Paradox for it. But yeah, thanks so much. If you're new here, please subscribe, like the video, everyone. See you next time. I'm trying to keep these episodes from going too long, so let's start another episode. Welcome back to Gamers Frustration, playing Hoi 4 World Ablaze mod. This is of course Gamer 1745 here. Hope you're ready. Maybe we'll have some good rants. Maybe we'll just hang out and talk about, which I've been trying to talk about, Rudolf Hess, but getting interrupted by other crap, having to deal with things here. Okay, we need more chromium, and What? Oh, we have. So do we not have enough? We have plus units of iron for use. Why do we have a deficit now? I thought I freaking. I don't understand this. You're supposed to get all of. Hello, Nate. How you doing? We were fed up with steely determination. Yeah. Um. Well, they've gotten better. We now have two levels of generals. You have a army group of general level, currently von Rundstedt, Army Group 1, and you have functionally an army. We don't have corps or divisional level generals yet, but that's how they are. Otherwise, they're largely like Hoi 4, in which they have a basic skill level and traits. And though when you want to try to, we can click here. When you want to try to, you sort of earn traits sort of kind of by what you're doing in activity, and then you sort of pick, and sometimes they're mutually exclusive and you can only have so many and things and whatnot. So it's not just the same, but it's an improvement over what it started out as, for sure. Big improvement. Okay. Well, maybe we don't need all this steel. I don't know. God, I'm just frustrated right now. Well, now we're actually producing things. We're not producing trains? We need to be producing trains. How could we not be producing trains? Trains. We need trains. Sounds about right. Let's get trains coming in. Okay, nationalists have declared a war. Deploy these guys out here. Now, if I were to not send attache. So send volunteers. Oh, I can't send. Oh, that's right. We have to do a special thingy. With an iron will, yeah. Well, we'll see about sending a special thing. An attaché. Now we're going to let's start on this, and yeah, construction speed. We'll start on that. We need to get that and then that to be able to send. Oops. So, Rudolf Hess. We're back on Rudolf Hess from last episode. If you're not watching this live or proclaim the Axis. I don't know how they proclaimed the Axis. Oh, I know the Axis was. Yeah, but so Rudolf Hess is a member of this Thule Society. They are an esoteric, racist society. I think that would be an accurate description of them. Yes, the bison. I don't know if anyone's currently in the military that's here now. And like I was saying earlier, World War I has come to an end. Society is collapsing for those of the old order. You have radical new things happening. And these people want influence in this new world. The Thule Society members, the Thule Society, Condor Legion. So they decide to start a political party. Now, as far as I can tell, none of these people had any real political party experience. But they set up a political party. It's in Bavaria. They're located in Bavaria. And they realize, well, hey, we need a party that's going to get a lot of votes to do anything. So if we call it the Thule Party or the Weird Esoteric Belief Party or whatever you want to call it, we sit around and have seances and whatnot, vote for us. No, they realize that isn't going to work. So they decided to, call it something that the masses are going to get behind. And so, well, one thing, we got to call it German because, hey, we're Germans. And, there's a lot of workers out there because at this time, I don't know how many women voted. It was most women voted, I think, in Germany this time, but I don't know the voting levels of it. Maybe they're high. But women's wife or husbands work. So we're going to call it the German Workers' Party, or in German, the Deutsches Arbeiterspartei, the German Workers' Party. And one of the founding members of the German Workers' Party and one of the early members of the Thule Society is Rudolf Hess. So, Rudolf Hess. He's in there. He is considered a rather charismatic, a rather likable sort of person. And so they, he's there doing the thing, being in the party. And I was a worker, that kind of thing. People would vote for him. But, it's sort of bland. They're sort of like, I don't think they really even, they might have okay, well, just so that you know, most major political parties in Germany at that time have at least one newspaper, a party newspaper that puts out news and information. Radio isn't much of a thing for political usage. Somebody comes along as a pioneer for that just in a few years. This is talking like in the early 1920s, like 1920, 1921, 1922. I forget the exact date, but around there. So radio isn't much of a use. If you want to get your message out there, it's sort of printed in a newspaper, or you get someone to either stand on a street corner or go into a beer cellar, or you hire a hall somewhere, like could be rent out a beer cellar for, to speak in. So, and then, you hand out flyers, come to our speaking event, Tuesday night after work, people handing these things out on the street, trying to get to there. And you have, I believe one of them was Speaker Anton Drexler and whatever else. And they come up and they would talk about things, and people go, whatever, another free beer, sure, no problem. And the Army is interested in all of these different parties that are popping up, because there's not just the few traditional parties, and so they send out some what they think politically reliable working class type guys from the Army. One of them one of them is sort of noted, and he was one of the very few NCOs to earn the Iron Cross First Class in World War I. One of the very, very few NCOs to do that. He was a corporal. Had been blinded for a while. What do we have? Oh, we could do better tanks now that we're actually producing crap. There were lots of parties in Weimar. Oh, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Lots of non-party groups like the Thule too. Well, but see, the Thule, all of the, and again, Gamer doesn't know everything, but Gamer's read a lot, and I don't know everything. But to my understanding, all of the sort of board of directors, if you will, the controlling members of the German Workers' Party are all Thule Society members. So it is a party controlled by the Thule Society, by the Thule Society. So it's sort of, or it is an attempt to have control over society instead of, I truly believe because there, and I forget, I could have to look it up, but there's a few German whacked out philosophers. Don't think I'm thinking they're anything rational there, and in fact they wouldn't call themselves rational. They would call themselves emotional, or whatever the term that they would use, I don't know, but they're not rationalists. But all of the people that create the Thule Society, I believe that they're trying to control society. I believe that they are trying to do so by getting elites into their society and trying to influence elites through their mysticism, through their esotericism, and whatnot. It is a means to power. If you're looking at, in the place where there is a king in Bavaria and a Kaiser at the same time as that there is a Kaiser in Berlin. So you have the Kingdom of Bavaria, you have the Kaiser in Berlin, you have an elitist society. Yes, you have voting. Yes, you have political parties. But the people that really count are, often have titles or are big industrialists or other elites. Oh, good. We have some Romanians here. Very good. Very, very good. The Latins of the East, if you will. So, but this is no longer going to be the case, and they realize this. So they start this political party to have influence over society. And they control this political party. But it's sort of not much is happening. This corporal goes to some of the meetings. And as my understanding is, he also goes to other meetings of other parties and reports on them, as far as I understand. Oh, I need to send off people to Spain here. But what do we want to get in production? Just looking here. Well, let's look at what we need. Yes, we'll get people going to Spain. We need support equipment. We need artillery. So we're going to do artillery. So yes, spam out more of these things. But let's do 5 per and do another 5. Let's come down here now and see about and volunteers. Okay, it's only 1. That's what I wanted to know. So I need to come here and create, well, unassigned, and we're going to assign you to your own little group here, and we're going to have Rommel in charge of it. And we're going to come over here. We're going to put that again. Send volunteers. We'll also do air volunteers while I'm thinking of it here. And we're going to send Rommel. Send Rommel. Rommel's going to Spain. Okay, so little corporal really sort of likes some of the messages here with the DAP. They're sort of his sort of people, sort of. But he sees that they're pathetic. So instead of just hanging around in the background and taking notes and reporting to his superiors about, you know, what this party is doing, is it a danger, is it, you know, all right for society or whatever, he starts speaking at these little events. You know, I don't know exactly how it's going. I don't know if there's good records on it, whether he's asking to speak or challenges the speaker or whatever else. But he's an impressive speaker. Although most of his life, including in the army, no one really likes him. He isn't really liked. But he is an impressive speaker. Oh, and the corporal's name is, I know you've already guessed it, is Adolf Hitler. But he looks around and sees that these guys are really freaking pathetic. They use a swastika, yeah, that's sort of the hip happening symbol of a lot of the soldiers. It means good luck for them, and so Hitler's familiar. Like I say, a lot of soldiers have been using this symbol. Ooh, yeah. So he starts speaking at this, and he's rather impressive. And the organizers, including Anton Drexler, realize that when Hitler speaks, more people listen. People actually pay attention. And when Hitler speaks, more people come to the party, as well as join the party. So he gains a lot of influence, but and I don't know if, well, okay. So he's a new guy here. And let's see, we want to do let's do binaries. Let's do this one first. We may need to do some more fuel silos here. Speaking of that, let's just put a few fuel silos on the plan to build. Now, you have this guy, he's getting a lot of influence. Well, what are you going to do? Maybe he's going to come in and wreck our good thing here. Who is this guy? So what do you do? And now this is basically everything I've been saying up to this moment. Maybe a little bit of my analysis is like I'm saying that they want to control society. You don't form a political party unless you want to control society. For good or for bad. It's not necessarily a bad reason. You want to like make things better. That's how you see them better. They of course want to make it better by having the right race and power. And all these other nutty things. But yeah. It's not a bad thing to try to create a party or try to create a society, an organization. Again, theirs is bad, but just the mere fact that it's a thing doesn't mean that it needs to be bad. This purple, we're going to send you up to here. But yeah, in this case, it is bad. And so you have this new guy, and who is he? What is he? And so, yeah, everything I've said is some analysis by me, but basically, I think historically driven facts here. Talking about the Netherlands. Okay, good. Bugs are important. They stop cancer, right? I don't know why bugs would stop cancer, but I think they assign, the Thule Society assigns Rudolf Hess to investigate Adolf Hitler. I don't know if they find out that he is sort of the, or if Hess finds out if he's sort of the infiltrator from the army or not. I don't know when and how widely that was known. I just don't have that on good information right now. But definitely he, I think Hess is assigned to be, by the Thule Society, to be Hitler's sort of watcher. Watch this guy, hang around this guy, find out who he is. Because he is getting powerful in the society, and Hitler looks and goes, yeah, your swastika symbol, that's okay, that's good, but you draw it sort of skinny, and it's just sort of lost in the background. Here, we need big, thick lines. And national, German Workers' Party, yeah, but Socialism is really popular. And I know a lot of people know Nazis aren't socialist. Yes, they are. And you see a lot of anti-socialist rhetoric from Hitler. Yes, there is. But you also have to understand is he goes, we need a red flag like the socialists. But we're not socialists. But we are. But we're not. Well, we're not those socialists. We're socialists, but we're not those socialists. We're not the Internationale socialists, the Comintern socialists. We are red, but we're not those reds. Now we're going to use a black swastika and a white around it, and then red. Well, that's black, white, and red, the colors of the German flag. So it'll be the German flag colors, but it's going to be a red flag because we're national socialists. We're not the international socialists. We're not those socialists, but we're the German National Socialist Workers' Party, the NSDAP. So he he actually, and then sort of instead of having the sort of squared swastika, he himself is the one who puts it sort of in mobile, sort of at an angle, and he draws. It's literally Hitler, as far as I can tell. He literally draws that flag up, does the proportions, how thick the lines on the swastika should be, how big around the circle should be away from the swastika, and then just general standard flag dimensions are used for that, because it's a common thing. Now, Hitler is a failed art student, so Hitler has a good sense of perspective and thinking, oh, we got a bot over on YouTube if you want to go kill it, if you haven't already, Arno. And hello, Federico Vargo. Yes, they are socialist, or more than socialist, populist, mix of both. Yes, and it's not Marxist leveling socialist, if you understand. Karl Marx, right? It's socialism, but it's not Marxist socialism, and it's not leveling. And I've come to use that term more. That a lot of people don't know or understand it. It's a term that was commonly used in the 17th century in England. They were the levelers. Now, levelers back then were not communists, but they wanted society to be level, meaning everyone have like the same roughly farm size. There wasn't going to be some, person way back then. There's normally a title, lord or count or duke or whatever the hell. But there wasn't going to somebody have a huge farm and have lots of people working for them. Everyone's going to have their own sort of farm size or their own sort of small business size. They were levelers. They wanted society to be equal, wanted it to be level, but not communally held, as far as I can tell. So they weren't communists. Again, as far as I can tell, and I'm not an expert on leveling back in the 17th century, and there's all kinds of publications, and there very well could be some publication in 17th century England that was espousing what would be communism. But generally speaking, they weren't, as far as I know, communists. But Marxist socialism, taken to its extreme, communism, but all of socialism out of Marxism is trying to level society, trying to make everybody, the doctor, the plumber, the field hand, the guy who sweeps up in the factory, all gets the same pay, kind of thing. That's Marxist leveling. Okay. The National Socialism of Germany is hierarchical. It is collective ownership in society in general, though individuals may have individual ownership of huge segments of society, like Krupp Steel or something. Krupp, I don't know if he owned all of the factory, solely or probably just a major part of it, maybe even a majority of Krupp Steel. So yes, you could do that, but it's still collectively owned by society as a whole. So if he's not managing Krupp Steel correctly, whatever that might mean, it can be taken away from him. So like if he were to go, I own Krupp Steel. Well, tomorrow you're all fired, and I'm shutting down the plant, and I'm just not gonna make steel anymore. So, no, under National Socialism, we get to take over the steel factory. You can't just close it down. We own it. If you don't run it right, we'll take it from you. But if you run it right, well, yeah, but you can't make unfair profits. You can make a profit. You can have a profit percentage on it because, hey, yeah, you're doing a good job. You're running this steel, but you can't do an unfair profit. So they weren't free market capitalism. Well, even more bots are showing up, Arno, on YouTube. So I'll get to Vargo's thing. So Krupp is owned by him unless he acts against the state. Then that kind of thing. Nationalize the factory. So long as it's it's sort of, you can own this thing, sure, so long as you're managing it in a way, not that, oh, you made a mistake, we're going to take it away from you, or, oh, it's not 100% right. No, so long as it's generally responsibly as they see it, you get to own it. So it is hierarchical socialism, but there is socialism in there in that you can really see, particularly in the inner cities, they go in and clean up. I've seen from when the National Socialists come into power, and a few years later, they cleaned up most of the I don't know, you call them ghettos, but ghetto has a Jewish connotation to it, and they still had those. most of the poor areas of the centers of cities, in which that they'd have a huge building, or multi-story building like of 6 or 8 stories, and there was literally no toilets in all that building, and there was an outhouse behind, and they were all row houses like this, set there. And the description is that they literally put rocks or bricks or something so that you could step on them to walk to the outhouse and do your business, and then like in a pond, but that was just all sludge. And it was, but the building some still I think exist, survived the bombing and the war, but they went in and reduced the occupancy down to a reasonable level of occupancy, made the owners put in plumbing, toilets and that whole thing into the apartments. And so the buildings from, the front or the outside were the same buildings, but inside the conditions were totally better. These are for the right type of people, not for those that eventually end up wearing yellow stars or other wrong type of people. So, yeah, you have a landlord can be a landlord, but he can't be a slum maybe is the term I was looking for. Can't be a slum landlord in National Socialist Germany. So there's definitely that socialist aspect for sure in National Socialism. Now there's a lot of other tenement apartments where a huge problem public housing was Weimar, and but National Socialist Germany really, really works hard at solving that problem, if you will. So, Goring Steelworks. Well, now you have to separate, Nate, National Socialism as in its civilian or ideal form versus National Socialism because of the war. National Socialism, unlike fascism and unlike communism, doesn't want planned economies. Hitler doesn't like planned economies. Hitler likes competition. He likes that sort of fighting out of things within governments, within bureaus, between major firms, that kind of thing. He doesn't want a planned economy. Especially under Speer, they're forced with a planned economy, but it's a purely economy to support the war. So yes, you have the sort of government-owned, state-owned situations, but that is somewhat contradictory to National Socialism as Hitler wants it to exist. Adopted in 1930. I will say the later. Okay. So yeah. National Socialism is a socialism. I'm still back and forth on whether it's right wing or left wing, because there's definitely left wing aspects. There's definitely nationalism and traditionalism, or neo-traditionalism, meaning trying to create a neo-paganist society that never existed, so it isn't the traditionalism of the 18th century or the traditionalism of the 16th century or something, which you could have records for. It's taking some of that mythical past, past, but trying to, we should celebrate the Olympics. Gain stability. Yes, we want to do that. So there's definitely, looking to the past, and also, but mythically to, the Thule society, Thule, the ancient world that the super beings came from, that they're trying to create this myth that doesn't really exist, that they're trying to create evidence for, including literally faking archaeological evidence for. So, line between right and left wing socialism in Nazi Germany is, very blurry, and you definitely have strong left-leaning people like Goebbels, and then you have not left-leaning types like Himmler in it. Now, Himmler, of course, develops whole state organizations, so it's blurry, and I'm still not landed. It's left wing or it's right wing. I sometimes think it's left wing, sometimes I think it's right wing, sometimes it's just agriculture was directed by their party agricultural organization. I forgot the name. Yes, you're the guy who does Walter Doré He's the agriculture, at least the first agricultural secretary in that. And yeah, I'm going to, now that I found that it's part of Audible, I'm going to listen to Toz's book here sometime soon. I've read excerpts from it, and but you got to understand that they also want to go back to some mythical small level prosperous peasant farmer instead of industrialized farming. And so, yeah, it's a lot of wacky stuff going on, leaning to one side or the other, depending on which leader you read about. Yeah, oh yeah, there's definitely, there's Hitler, and then there's people around him, Rosenberg, Daré, and others that are all influencing the situation. Production, yes, let's see, yeah, we'll get that into full production. Let's see, I want to just try to get the things that are mostly done and completed first. Need more tungsten. So I'm still, quite honestly, trying to come to understand, because obviously, with Marxism, it's Marx and Engels that writes that, and then of course you can have it adjusted by Lenin or Mao or other sorts of thinkers on there. But with National Socialism, you have people like this out of the Thule Society and some other, Wagner, though Wagner, predates Nazis, and I wouldn't call him a Nazi, but he's definitely an influence. So you have, okay, we're going to do this here, not the weapons contracts, but do we want to do, okay, that is 35 days, 21 days, 21 days. Let's see, before we get there, I want to do, because I want to get down here, so when we get to some of these panzers, we get benefit research done there. Are we really? Okay, we're burning through these fast. Good. They have very labor-intensive agriculture, which is why they needed more. Yeah, that's particularly Walter Daré wants to do, instead of industrialized monoculture for agriculture. He wants to do that labor-intensive German mythical kind of thing, which would have cost civil war versus reactionaries. Yeah. I don't know what you're talking about, Poop Hunter, there, but Stalin Boy, yeah, I don't know. I do see Stalin Boy 88. I'm sort of ignoring, but I see Stalin as more evil than Hitler ever was. I mean, Hitler's evil. Hitler's just not as evil. So I don't know why people put that constitutional and monarchist. Well, why don't you have a monarchist? Oh, we have a lot of political power here we should have been using. I'm being distracted. Okay, we're not doing anything that really helps. Ribbentrop, great deal appeal, political power gain. Okay, we're gonna do political power gain. Not sure what I want to. keep this from getting worse. I know some of the offer better wages mandatory. Yeah, let's do that for the moment. I think that may be good. Don't care about that. Industrialized research, electronic research. Sorry, radar station. I don't need that. Steel melter. Guess we'll do that. We still got some more. Or do this because I'm fairly sure. I think Nazi Germany as a regime was definitely more evil than the Soviet Union, although they aren't far behind, but Stalin as a person was definitely more evil than Hitler. Well, as far as I can tell, the Soviets killed a lot more people than, and I'm not talking fighting in the war, I'm talking in gulags and other Holodomor in Ukraine. And I think leveling is evil because leveling is against the nature of mankind, and trying to force mankind into something that it is not is as evil or eviler than racism and mass murder based on racism. If you're doing mass murder on leveling, to me that's evil. And I know they've tricked the communists have tricked so many people into believing that equality is somehow a good thing. Equality is a bad thing. Now if you want to say equality before the law, meaning the judge, you know, if you break the law, the judge treats you. Now, obviously, if you're rich, you have better lawyers and all that kind of stuff. But theoretically, judge should treat every person before him equally. The police officers, you know, that is, you know, equality before the law is different than equality of outcome. And you're forcing and you're willing to kill millions of people to get the equality of outcome. I find that to be very evil. So, and I believe the only way in any regime so far, I think we want these. That to get that is having to kill millions of people. Well, Stalin was smart enough not to try to take on the whole world. I don't know that Hitler. Yeah, Hitler gambles. So does Stalin, of course, but Hitler gambles and loses. So yeah, you know, trust me, yes, Nazi ideology is evil and death camps are evil, but and you see, you know, the reason it's more, reason people think Nazism is more evil is because the sort of non-evil people sitting over here, you know, traditionalists, traditional liberalists, I don't mean leftists, I mean, you know, hey, you know, people, let everyone do what they want, you know, sort of like libertarians. We agree that we say, yeah, Nazism is evil. And the communists also say, oh, Nazism is evil. So everybody but Nazis say Nazism is evil. So people think Nazism is more evil. But when you have one group that's even more evil out there is who also privately say you're evil too, so yeah. I find Stalinism, Maoism, and not just those leaders, but the whole system to be more evil than communism. And I know all of the leftists out there think somebody like Marx is good. Look at what Marx says about slavery and race. I think you might find that he sort of defends slavery. So, the agrarian constitution sums up the idea as everyone is equal before the law, and there are only distinctions on individual talents and virtues. Yeah, but you see, yeah, it's like everybody, like in theory, I would say, maybe not in practice, but in theory, it would be best that everybody pays the same percentage of their income in taxes. Now, of course, the rich person is having more income each year, so he'll pay more taxes, but it should be the same percentage in theory. I know practice doesn't, and I would find reasons, make too little, you shouldn't pay any, I'm not an absolutist on anything, but in theory, yeah, everyone should pay the same percentage in taxes and not have loopholes for the rich. A lot of people will talk about it. Yeah, they do. There's all that kind of stuff. Well, yeah, well, Stalin, I don't know. What the hell? Why are you saying Stalin slaughters his own people for power? Stalin slaughters all kinds of people, not just his people for power. He takes over the Warsaw Pact and pushes into, like Mongolia and other places. Oh, he kills all kinds of people. And the communists, of course, support the killing of mass peoples, all over the world in the Cold War. Or the conception of his own people, not even he's not Russian, he's Georgian. The spirit of the article is that everyone is equal to and that's the spirit. Obviously, you have more money, you get better lawyers, and that kind of thing. So I mean, in practice, it isn't in theory, but yeah, so equality before the law. Yeah, okay. Now, as a theory. Now, you could also say that there might be reasons for special privileges for some, but maybe special responsibilities as well. And special privilege isn't just because your father was somebody who had a title. It's maybe you serve in the military, so you get government-supported higher education or something like that. So it's not necessarily like special privileges for the elite. But yeah, okay, I could talk about why some people might get special privileges, but I can also talk about maybe nobody should have them. Again, I'm not an absolutist on all that stuff. So also in Uruguay, everyone is subject to surprising high taxes for SA. For South America, I guess that's what you mean, SA, yeah, to think about it for a moment. Yeah, and Uruguay seems to be one of the more functioning countries in South America as far as I know. Now, I don't know whether it's geography, culture, or other sorts of reasons why they are doing better. I'm guessing Federico Varga is from Uruguay. I know Uruguay is the maybe more correct pronunciation, but I will use the American Uruguay just because that's what we understand, and I'm not trying to be elitist or whatever and say it different. A mix of reasons, yes. No, Starstreak is not Romanian. He's just saying Romania stunk. I know that. I don't know what he's might try to pretend, but so yeah, you have this kind of stuff going on with them. So Rudolf Hess, I think he is. Oh, well, it's time to end the episode. I guess the continuation of Rudolf Hess's story will happen next episode. I want to thank you all for watching. Thanks for liking the video if you would. If you're new here, please hit that subscribe button. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. Don't worry, everyone. We're going to be continuing here. I just want to start and stop to make more episodes here. Well, cool, Poop Hunter. Glad to have you watch on both places, because your grade was dirt poor in the beginning and very depopulated and lacked a constant upper class involved in politics. I'll tell you about it another day. Well, that's very interesting, yes. And I do think population density particularly can have an influence. I have a somewhat negative opinion of cultural aspects coming out of Spain. I am unabashedly pro Anglo culture, if you will. And again, and I notice I'm saying I'm talking culture. I'm not a racist. I'm a culturalist. Individuals are individuals, but large group of people, they're cultural groups of culture. And I view them as culture. Sometimes, like we can take Japanese. Most people of Japanese culture are also genetically Japanese. But I think that's not so much causation, just correlation, in that it's an isolated island for so long, kind of thing. And so they don't have a lot of different... Finally, Hess, and he stops. Yes, we'll get back to Hess in just a moment. So I'm a culturalist. I'm not a racist. I'm a culturalist. And again, when talking about large groups of people, not individuals, I think, particularly, you can look at countries like Mexico, which has a large population and has a wonderful environment for growing things, a wonderful environment for industries, and it is a shithole. And I think it is just because it's in the shadow of a big country with a big market. Things like drugs are something that move through it because of the American appetite. But it was a shithole before you had any of that happening at all. And I think it comes down to culture and not geography. And it is a legacy of Spanish settlement and practices. So some of it is Spanish culture, some of it is Spanish practices in the New World. And I'm not an expert on all of this stuff, but it just cultural practices. There's a lot there. I'm sure I can't explain it all well, but I look there and think, hey, if those were all populated by Anglos, not the color of skin, just Anglo-cultural people, Mexico would be just like the rest of the United States or Canada. I think the only reason it is not is because of culture, not race, not because the people are shorter or darker skin or any crap like that. Because Mexicans tend to be shorter, trust me. I live here. I know lots of Mexicans. I also know lots of Mexican Americans. Mexican Americans, even if they tend to be taller, it's diet. It's part of its genetics, part of its diet. Let's see, upper class politics and upper class needed to work. Well, yeah, there's a lot of that going back, class stuff, aristocracy, with the Spanish colonization and all of that. Yeah, I mean, it's a mix. We used to call it national character, and yeah, that kind of thing, Nate. You see, like I say, I want to clearly state to everybody who ever thinks, I often talk about race when I'm talking about the Nazis or somebody like that. And I sometimes try to explain like the Nazi viewpoint sometimes on some of these subjects. Yes, sometimes there are genetic conditions that affect things in people, but I'm not a geneticist. I'm not going there. I don't care about that in large groups of people. that is nothing to me when we're talking large groups of people. And again, whether, some race is more susceptible to this other genetic, cancer or something, maybe, I don't know. Again, I may read an article somewhere, but I'm not someone who delves into that. So don't ever take anything when I'm speaking in my voice and not trying to explain somebody else's position. I don't care anything about race. I am not a racist. I am a culturalist, whether you want to call it national character or other sorts of things. Now, I do believe part of the reason the national character of America is because it comes from Anglo, but part of it is shaped by where it is. It's an island. It's seaborne. It's a lot of these other sorts of things. And an environment, physical environment does come into forming culture, but then we can see how some of the great sailors of America come from places like in this part of the world. One of them is Nimitz, who's down here in Texas. And because even though they've grown up and they've never seen an ocean in their life, they still somehow have that cultural identity. And they joined the Navy or they joined the Merchant Marines, even though they're not port. It's cultural. And because America is still fairly new and it gets fairly quickly mass communication, movies, radio, even though it's physically far from the ocean, they still have a certain amount of cultural identification with the sea, if you will, where you don't find that, as far as I can tell, in places like this, Mongolia and whatever. They don't make great seafarers, as far as I know. Maybe they would if they were found the sea and built boats and went to sea in it. I don't know, but I don't think it's because of some genetic differences. So I am a culturalist. I do value successfulness of cultures, some cultures over others. So you might talk about how great some cultures' music is or some cultures' food is, but if that culture is not a successful, winning, if you will, culture, I value it less. However much I may like, and trust me, I've studied and looked at, and one culture that's close to my heart that exists barely out here, barely here, and barely sort of in the Western Island is the Celtic culture. And I've worked for years of my life trying to preserve Celtic culture. I don't want it to totally fade from society, but trust me, and now I do believe Celtic culture has influenced Anglo culture heavily, because Anglo culture, because I know it well, is a culture that has lots, and by its very nature, because of its seagoing, it has influences from India, from China, from Africa, from the New World, including sort of colonials, but even colonials that came back in the 18th century before America was independent, that kind of thing. Britain, shall we call it, not just England, but Britain's culture is one that intermixes with all of the world versus, Finland, shall we say. Traditionally, I'm talking, 100 years ago, who was Finland intermixing with? The Baltic regions. It's not a globally interacting culture. So I value culture based on successfulness of the cultural group. So as opposed to, like the Basque culture, which is really cool from everything I've heard, and had some Basque food a long time ago, but it's located down here and it's fading. I like it to be preserved. I'm not a cultural supremacist that wants to stamp out the other cultures, because I also believe it's best to have multiple cultures out there and they try and learn and do things different, and you learn from other cultures. So I want to, preserve partially in books and recordings, the way languages and whatnot. And I would prefer not to have the Basque language or the various, Irish or Scots, Celtic language or Welsh to disappear from practical use, but I think it is fading. And I'm, like I say, I've worked 4 years trying to preserve some of these cultural aspects, we'll go into all of that right now, but I am a culturalist. And so I have cultural critiques with places like Latin America. And I'm saying it to, I presume, Latins here, so from Latin America. And you may not like having that said about your culture, that I'm not entirely liking it. That doesn't mean I want it to be my culture, but maybe I often think, India needed another 20 or 30 years of British rule before independence. And you go, well, can't they be independent on their own? Yep, they could, but I think they would have benefited from a bit longer of British cultural rule before independence. Get a little bit more Anglicanism, if you will, and that sounded like the religion, but I don't mean it that way, into India to make India a little bit better. Because, I think they speak Hindi to each other a lot, but they also speak English to each other a lot because there's a lot of different local languages in here. So that sort of gamer's views if you ever hear me talk. And so, hey, Beam Slam. Cultural American, yeah. And so, that's how I view it. And yes, I am of the Anglo culture, both in the American sense, but also coming from, the British. My ancestors are, and I definitely see cultural aspects that I didn't recognize the difference in my family because it's American, but traveling in Britain, my family does something that's sort of more, Scottish cultural, sort of Celtic cultural, some aspects, and some aspects are a bit more dominantly Anglo or English, but kind of cultural aspects. But, sort of seeing where it comes from and seeing that, that's, for my family, that's a little bit more Scottish in behavior, specifically in my family. And, that we out here aren't necessarily defining them up as well. What parts are what. So yes, I do have culture, family cultural aspects from Anglo-Celtic background. So that's gamer on my views and culture. You have to go, okay, Stalin boy, have a good day or evening by now where you are. We're going to make another episode here. So just so if you ever hear me talk on all this stuff, you know where I'm coming from. And yes, I've had cultural anthropology type courses in university and stuff. So I sort of know what I'm talking about, but I don't know, being rude when I hear touch. I want to get rid of my ears. Dutch is just really weird English, looking like Hitler dude. Like Hitler dead. Yeah, really weird English. Sort of like Romanian is really weird Latin. So I think Dutch is to English what Romanian is to sort of French and Italian. Yeah, Arno does sort of prefer English. And this is another thing I think is happening is because of literally electronic media. English is becoming or has become the language of elites. A scientific paper, maybe a scientist in China or Japan writes their first draft or their first paper, whatever, in Chinese or in Japanese. But if they want to read, scientific works in other nations, they need to read in English. And if they want to publish out into the world, they need to publish it in English. And when a Japanese person programs a Japanese game, he's programming it in the in C++ or whatever, which is essentially an English-based programming language. I know it isn't technically English, and I'm sure if you want to get into some details, you'll prove, it isn't English because of this. No, but it is if-then statement type and other programming stuff that I've taken programming way back when and didn't do so well in it. But it's so they need to use an American style keyboard, even though they may have a Japanese style keyboard if you're going to do programming in Japan. So English is the language of elite education, of the elites generally. And so unless you're going to be a provincial elite, if you will, a really rich and really powerful elite guy in Japan, but never goes outside of Japan and only watches Japanese language stuff, well, he's going to be a provincial elite. But if you're going to be an international elite, you're going to be on, you're going to need to speak English. Well, I think we all hate, well, I don't know if we all hate, I hate communism here. I hate communism with a passion. Like I say, it's more evil than Nazism. The people who hate communism the most are those who lived under it in the past. Well, Beamslam doesn't. Well, Beamslam, you haven't lived under communism yet. You'll hate it once you live under it. Because I'll definitely tell you, the people that I've met in my life, those that were most passionately about, most passionate, I'm going to wait till the end of the year before I start reasoning. Oh, communism is way worse than that. The problem, true communism is never, no, don't give that bullshit about true communism, never. Communism is leveling. Leveling is evil. Leveling is evil. Communism, if you ever had the theoretical communism happen, it's evil. I hate it. It's evil. It's evil. It's unnatural to the human condition. Yes, your country suffered a lot from it. But here in America, the people, come from like Cuba or Eastern Europe that have come here that I've met, they're some of the most passionate anti-communists. Passionate because they've lived under it. They know. Okay, another episode. Continuing now. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer1745 here with my continuing look at World Ablaze for No Step Back under the current, it's I think 6.7 World Ablaze for the current Hoi 4 version. We're going to continue this and continue talking about Rudolf Hess. Okay, USSR tractor experiments. Good. We're going to come back over to industrial things. Let's see. German Workers' Front, civilian factories. We can increase that. Yes, the DAF. No, the RAD. Sorry, this is the RAD, not the DAF. That's the DAF. This is the RAD. Consumer goods down. Construction speed up. Factory output, civilian output, construction speed. Okay, we're not going to do that. Research bonuses, support. We'll do this first. There is a reason Cubans flee Cuba and not the other way around. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think Cuba could be a really cool place. But it's not because of communism, and Castro told me in the communist times you barely could get bread. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I know I was going to talk about Hess. Interesting story. I think it was Khrushchev. Was it Khrushchev that came to America? And they were driving, I think, around Texas. And they convinced the driver and the whole motorcade to stop in at a grocery store. And he went into a grocery store and looked around. I think it was Khrushchev. I couldn't believe his eyes. Literally couldn't believe his eyes. And he insisted. He just insisted. After seeing that grocery store, he wanted to meet the man who was in charge of organizing, bread and similar sort of products. He wanted to meet it. He didn't understand the sort of crowd intellectual capitalism, of the idea of people choosing with their money of who to buy and that whole system. He was from such a planned commodity world that he thought the only way you could possibly organize economies is to have somebody in charge of it, and wanted to know how you had so much whatever in a grocery store once he saw it for himself in person. But he explained it to him, the American, and he was sort of incredulous about, what you mean you don't have somebody in charge of this? You just let every company do whatever the fuck it pleases? Well, yeah. Well, don't people? No, because companies want to make money. People won't starve if they have money. So yes, it was Khrushchev. Okay, good. Thanks, Nate. I'm going from memory on these things, so I'm sure I'm getting details wrong, if you guys know. So yeah, I don't wish for communism in the way I've been perverted. Well, but see, communism itself, communism is a dictatorship ideology. But even if you sort of take the ideal of withering away the state, no, it's markets. Communism believes that there's just the pie, and it's only dividing up the pie. As if a farm will only grow so much food, and there's only so much farmland. If somebody has twice as much farmland as somebody else, they're denying it to somebody else. But that's not how economies work. Marx and the communists don't understand economics and the way markets work, and that you can grow the pie. You can figure out how to do aquaculture, how to literally farm in the oceans with technology, and these other things that can develop, that it isn't a finite pie that's only so big. It's not that I eat twice as much food as you, so I'm taking food out of your belly. No, we can grow more food than we need to in the world for all the people in the world. It's effed up governments that make it so you can't get food to places, and there's so much more. Communism at its heart. Yes, please follow on Twitch, and if you're on YouTube, if you haven't already, can you hit that like button? It does help get the stream recommended out to other people to maybe come in and join us and hear me rant about things. Take the pies you make, and you should, and so, it's growing economies. It's growing industry. But utopianism itself is nowhere never. It's a nowhere never ideology. And if you look at National Socialism, and if you were to go, oh, well, what's National Socialism? They want to have the supermen. They want to have the Übermensch. They want to have the superman. Well, isn't that utopian? Isn't eugenics, because it's a eugenics philosophy, isn't eugenics that you're trying to genetically engineer super beings a utopianist philosophy? And so how is that utopianist philosophy any less evil than, because it can't exist, and you're going to kill millions to achieve it, even if it could exist. You're going to kill millions to achieve communism, because unless you have state control, somebody's going to somehow grow more bread or create something and have more of something else and trade it for somebody else, and they will do market capitalism. I'm not talking capitalist as in some rich guy owning the big factory or owning all the land. I'm talking market capitalism is trading, that you will always, you cannot, Star Trek, Gene Roddenberry tried to create a world, a universe that didn't have money in it. If you look at the original Star Trek series, but they never really look at it. Now, a few have iMud episodes and a few other things that do sort of have money in it, but he was trying to envision the world. But once the Star Trek people, and Roddenberry was a little bit involved with Deep Space Nine, not much, I believe. I think he, don't know exactly, in his death and whatnot. Definitely involved in the Next Generation. But when you get down to Deep Space Nine and have them trying to figure out a society in which is the civilian economy, you have money back in there. Now they do this gold press latinum BS and all this other stuff, but you have you always have an economy. Even if you have a replicator in every home that produces everything you want, somebody will create something somehow that somebody else will want, and will do a favor for them, do something for them. Even if you have all basic needs, food, shelter, medical care, all taken care of, there needs to be a market society. And unless you have an authoritarian instrument, often called government, that is forcing people, taking away from somebody else to keep it even, you cannot have it. It just cannot happen. And so to push for something that will always lead to mass death of humanity, trying to implement it, is of itself is evil. And if you're going, oh, well, I'm a libertarian communism and don't believe in governments, well, then, hey, just go away, because it doesn't matter, because no one's going to listen to you, because we're just all going to have markets are just going to happen. So, but wouldn't it be because Zarathustra didn't need a god and clearly didn't need the father? I don't, Zoroaster, you're sort of losing me there. Federico Varga, where I don't know, original form. Communist pies. What's the Dutch? I don't know, you've lost me there on Federico. Plato illustrated the impossibility of total control when Socrates' best city collapsed due to the inevitability of unregulated sexual relations. Yeah, I've not read, I understand the basics of Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, and I know everything that we know of Socrates is somebody else's written, particularly Plato. Now you have Plato always writes the voice of Socrates, but you also have what is it? Oh, the playwright does talk about, and he lampoons Socrates. Who is it? I forget who. Theosoph. No, I'm forgetting who one of the other people that was lampooning had Plato up on a cloud in the sky or something, spouting nonsense. So, but it just doesn't work, and trying to implement it is and of itself is evil. Marx was wrong, and Malthus. If you look at Malthus in the 19th century, Malthusianism, they're both wrong. Their fundamental perceptions of reality are wrong. So Euripides, that could be it. That could be it, Nate. Nate, you seem very well informed. Good to have you here on the channel. Like to have people smarter than I am around. But yeah. Very well could be Euripides is the name I'm looking for. It's been a long time since my philosophy courses. It comes from philosophy courses and reading some of the works of Plato, Aristotle. The stuff that they figured was Socrates, actually, copying, writing down what Socrates is saying versus what Plato wrote versus what Aristotle wrote. I'm more Aristotelian than Platonian in my viewpoint. But yeah, okay. So back to the game and Hess. Hitler's come into the German Workers' Party. Changed their name to the National Socialist German Workers' Party and gave them a new flag. And gave Hitler a new best buddy called Rudolf Hess. I think that's sort of where I was going before I ended the last episode. We'll do another 5 of these here. And nope, we're not to the new year. And so Hess sort of becomes Hitler's best friend. I think from everything I've heard, read, whatever about Hess, is he is a deep believer in mysticism, in what's the other, in not just the Thule Society or Thule Society or Theosophy, but in esoterics. That's what he's a very strong believer in esotericism, in esoteric belief. At least for his lifetime until the end of World War II, I think he is. Okay, we are now in 37, so I'm looking for. Yeah, let's do this. And let's do this. Mostly informed on Plato from Alan Bloom, Eric Volgen, which you can find some on YouTube. Okay, very good, Nate. I have not really looked into them in the last 20 or 30 years, so it's just memory from way back when. Which I think I'm doing pretty good for memory for way back when, and trying to understand and regurgitate their philosophical ideas, etc. for you all. So I have to leave for a few minutes. You guys talking about if communism is good, bad. Yeah, communism is bad. Some people were trying to say communism isn't bad. It's more impossible to happen, but I think it's bad because I think it's unnatural for the human condition. Well, you know, we have, let's see here. We were to put him in breakthrough army experience. Okay, we're going to do this. We're going to do this. We finished that battle. Let's help clear out Bilboa. And Anton Drexler is eventually pushed out of the NSDAP leadership, functionally out of the party. But Hess stays there. And for whatever you may hear and for whatever people may say, esoteric beliefs are at the core of National Socialism. And whenever you hear about the Nazis outlawing mysticism or something, it's only outlawing the wrong mysticism. Sort of like outlawing misinformation today on certain, or deplatforming certain platforms. Like someone with some, average Joe guy who used to be a MMA fighter or something, giving out misinformation. I don't know if the information that he's giving out is right or wrong, but they only try to get rid of the wrong types of mysticism. The Nazis at their core, and we're talking Hitler, Himmler, not just Himmler goes off, is one of the more extreme ones, but Rosenberg, all of these guys are mysticism people at their core. And okay, good, we now have, this is what I was sort of looking for here. Let's get that done at 50% off. Wanted to do that before. And there's this multiple groups of people. I wouldn't say one group of people, but they're all sort of floating around Hitler's worldview and influencing Hitler's worldview. And Hess is one of them. And I think Hess stays by Hitler because of his belief, and I think he is still, I think eventually they eclipse who he's working for, but in a way he continues the mission even though he's no longer, the original Thule Society people that send him to watch and look out, see what's going on with Hitler. He becomes a Hitler disciple, but I think also in the idea to make sure that Hitler doesn't betray the cause. In a way, now this again, now we're going really into gamer speculation here, but in a way to have the guy standing at Hitler's back, always patting Hitler on the back. You're doing a good job, boss. You're doing a good job, boss. You're doing a good job, boss. Uh-oh, boss has just betrayed us. Knife in the back kind of thing. This is my speculation on Rudolf Hess, that he is such a true believer that if Hitler betrays the cause as he would see it, I think he would do something about it. And so, and this is to the point of, and if you, there's the 1920, what is it, 23, 24 putsch. Sorry, people, I don't remember on dates. I know it's in 24. Hitler gets out of prison, but he's only goes in Landsberg prison. He tries to do a putsch down here, sort of trying to mimic Mussolini in Italy. Fails miserably, of course. Gets arrested. getting arrested is probably one of the best things for Hitler, is because he gets his message out in the trial to the rest of Germany. Goes to prison, but sort of has his own private cell and their own private wing of Nazi prisoners. Another prisoner in there, of course, is Rudolf Hess. Now, one of the one really big Nazi that doesn't get arrested is Hermann Goering. We can talk about Hermann Goering some other time, but and involved around this, he gets wounded in that battle, but he gets out. And his first wife is Swedish, so he sort of has a lot of connections in Sweden, and she was a very connected person in Sweden. So he gets out and escapes to Sweden. This is where he picks up his drug habit, his opium habit, because of being wounded. Like today, opioids. He got hooked on opiates at this point because of his wound. But yeah, that's sort of an aside. But he gets out. So a bunch of the Nazis get put in prison. Well, Rudolf Hess' time in prison isn't going to be as long as Hitler's. Hey, you get to get out. You're only going to serve 6 months. You get to go. Hitler's, been given 2 years. No, he doesn't serve. I think it's 2 years. I don't remember. He doesn't serve all of his time in prison that he was originally sentenced to. Whether you will call it good behavior or just, well, we don't really care, we'll let you out early. It was mostly just a show trial to punish you, to, go, don't be a bad boy for trying to overthrow the government, even though, well, communism is authoritarianism for sure. But the idea, you say communism is an idea, yeah, but who enforces communism? So you can have capitalism and nobody enforces capitalism, because capitalism is a description of market activities. It isn't a there is a practice of it, but it isn't a unnatural or unnormal thing. It is looking at, because before, like, capitalism really becomes the word and the meaning markets, trading markets, you have like mercantilism, which is also market-based, but it's based on limiting your markets for your where you get your resources from, where you're allowed to buy your made products. So yeah, both mercantilism and capitalism have markets. So marketism, maybe we could call it, is a natural fact thing, and capitalism just wants to go, hey, don't restrict it like mercantile markets. Let it out for everybody to interact with it, kind of thing. So there is a philosophical element to it, but and people also, in the philosophy of things, there's natural philosophy. And I often talk about, oh, no, it's not philosophy, it's science. No, natural philosophy is science. It's the philosophy of studying nature. But it's the study, your mind, studying it, examining it, whether it's, physical compounds, how they interact with each other, or how birds breed and nest and do all that stuff. So there's natural philosophy, but it's the human understanding of nature. It's the human observing of a reality. Oh, we're not paying attention here, getting our panzers over to here. So there is an element there with market capitalism, if you will, but communism is a philosophy of something that doesn't exist naturally without authority intervening into it. We implement communism, but they lied, and all they got was a dictator. Yeah, but who's going to enforce communism? If I somehow get 2 of something instead of 1, and I go, I have 2 oranges because I have 2 oranges, and I didn't actually steal it from anybody, but I have 2 oranges. Hey, if you want to do my homework for me, buddy, I'll give you one of my extra oranges today. That's markets, and it's going to happen naturally, and it's going to take somebody or mow my yard today or something for me. I'll give you an extra orange. That is going to, you have to enforce it not to happen, because naturally you will develop a money system to trade resources versus labor versus everything else. And communism grows out of Marxism, absolutely. But there is communism before Marx. There is that. It does exist. Hello, the guy you trust. So when is communism anti-market? Always. Markets are I have this, what will you pay me for it? Markets set prices. Communism don't set prices. Yeah, it's a utopia. It doesn't exist. So, but okay, but you're yeah, it's an evil. It's a dark utopia. It's a bad utopia. Clearly. I mean, who would really want to live in? Now, I understand that people living in poverty, whether in 19th century Britain or today in some place in Africa, when they get explained how that rich guy who's driving a Mercedes through the mud in Africa, because there's some rich guy who whether through corruption or not, gets enough money to have a Mercedes, and he's driving a Mercedes in front of somebody who may not be starving, may be starving, but may not be starving, but lives in a mud hut. And someone explains to him, that's unfair. We're going to level everything out to be equal, and so he'll have to share all of his wealth, and so you'll get a better house made out of tin siding instead of mud hut, and he won't get to drive around in his Mercedes. I understand that people out there will be attracted to it because they're in poverty, but communism is dreary for everybody else, anybody else in a successful society. Communism is a dreary possibility. Okay. See, what do we want to do now? That is because we can get down to here, but I think researching there. Well, let's do area innovations. Let's get some of that. Probably still need more artillery. Well, we need more artillery, of course, but we're actually getting the positives of artillery at the moment. Good. Yeah. I think for a while it's artillery, artillery, artillery. Let's do 10 more of those, and then 3 more of those. And we can also use some more tungsten. So reach, I think we'll Mercedes guy that are responsible for your situation and they exploit it. And he very well may be responsible in Africa for the situation because there's a lot of corruption and whatnot. We need to get rid of him and level everything. Exactly. That's what they think is what that's going to be better. Mum Wild, what's happening would have been sooner, but the ice storm seems to be causing. Sorry to hear about that. We're playing along and talking about philosophies. Marx got the idea because workers were exploited in a Kabbalistic sort of dictatorship. Yeah, people were exploited in the 19th century. Absolutely. It just Marx had the wrong understanding of history. Because Marxist history, I'm not talking anything about economics here for the moment. Marxist history is wrong. Marx is a Whig historian. He's a Whig history guy. Which, when you say Whig, you actually mean you don't have a wig. But that's another whole story. Get into someday if you ever want to go down weird rabbit holes. But Whig history, and you can look at reading Whig history, and it hypothesis that there's progression of mankind, that mankind is making progress, and it comes to today in modern progressives, which often are coming out of Marxists, maybe realizing that Marxism is a complete utopia, but is too afraid to use the word fascism, and they really don't want to have people walking around with black shirts and doing arm salutes, but they want to have centrally planned economies that are socialist in nature, so basically fascism, but believes that there's progress. Man is making progress from not just technological progress, but social progress. And I think one thing they would point to today is, at least in the Western world, is what had been a common condition just about every place that I've ever heard of it on Earth was slavery. Native Americans had North Americans, or let me change that word. Pre-Columbian Americans. That means people here before Columbus. Pre-Columbian Americans, whether in North America or South America, they had slavery. Africans had slaves. Mongols had slaves. Chinese had slaves. Europeans, Romans had slaves, often taken from Northern Europe. Everybody, now I don't know about Aboriginals in Australia, if they had slaves, if they captured people and used them as slaves. I definitely know most American Indian tribes captured people and had slaves. You're doing it before Columbus arrives. So it's not something they learned. Everywhere, a common condition of humanity was slavery. We, in the West, generally speaking, abhor slavery and don't allow it knowingly to exist in the West. Yes, we know slavery exists in China. It exists in Africa still to this day, including like selling people in markets that you can literally go in and find it, possibly on the internet. Actually buy them on the internet, buy people in North Africa for labor in North Africa, right? In former Libya, whatever you want to call it nowadays. So slavery still exists, most assuredly, but we now abhor it, and that is social progress. Okay, they use that as somehow the changing nature of mankind. I personally reject Whig history. I'm a cyclical person. I don't think the nature of man, I don't think has changed since the dawn of writing. We have not significantly changed. We are basically the same being that we were in Socrates and Plato's day. We have not changed. We have not made any progress in any sense that they mean. So Marx comes out of Whig history, and I know I'm using terms that most of you won't understand. I'm sorry, but it explains the ideas. Maurice had them. Yeah, okay, good to know. Down, he's meaning the pre-European peoples of New Zealand had slaves. So yeah, slavery was everywhere. Yes, hello, Night Sergeant Huntman. Yes, I had to start over because of things explained at the beginning of this. Whig. There were two British political parties in Britain, basically, Whigs and Tories. The Tories are the conservatives still of today, continuing on. Whigs fade and disappear, were replaced by the Liberals. And it comes from Whigamore, or people without wigs. Because the elites, like you think of Louis XIV's court with all men wearing wigs or whatever. It was sort of the common man sort of party in Britain, if you look at in the 18th century. But you have to understand what Whig history was, and it wants to view overall the history of mankind is a history of progression to improvement of mankind, not partially, but not primarily in technological elements, but in social elements. And Marx comes out of that idea of Whig history, and trust me, he read, I was in the British Library. I saw the desk where Marx worked in the British Library. I've been there. So I don't know I literally don't know all of the books he read, but trust me, I'm sure that because he was a historian as well, and it's his views of history. I'm not talking economics or anything here at the moment, but his synthesis, antithesis, and all this bullshit, it's wrong. He gets that wrong. Marx is just wrong on so many issues. Yeah, he looks out and sees that the workers are exploited. He's correct. The workers are exploited. But you're in the beginnings of the Industrial Revolution. He does not know what the Industrial Revolution is going to end up being. He does not know about what the post-industrial world, like we are in now, post-industrial revolutionary world, in the technological world. He doesn't understand our cyber revolution that we're going through, if you want to call it that, or whatever. He doesn't get that. He doesn't. Fabian socialists are a bit different. If that's what you're talking about, the Fabian Society and the Fabian Socialist, they're a bit different. Than that, if that's what you're talking of. But so and so he reads. Yeah, well, the Fabians come out of, instead of revolutionary socialists, that are, like you see in the Soviet Union, or in the Russian Revolution that forms the Soviet Union. Those are revolutionary socialists. Fabian socialists are gradual socialism, the wolf in sheep's clothing, if you will. Try to move society along to eventual goal instead of overthrowing it in a brief period of time. So that you hate pies? Well, I'm not a big meat eater. I don't eat meat pies really. But if you're talking like chocolate pie or pumpkin pie, favorite pie. Well, if you're talking like apple pie is good, but I really love like pumpkin pie, chocolate pie. Those are great. Those kind of pies are great. Meat pies, like English meat pies, I'm not that big into those at all. I mean, I've had a couple, but yeah. So this is all getting on philosophy here and everything else, but so yeah, he definitely, and sort of Whig history becomes the dominant view of history. Marxist history, I remember reading it's been more than 10 years now, reading a little book on sort of overview of 18th century history. I got about a third of the way through it, and I probably still have it here. I don't throw things literally away, but I just threw it off into the corner because it was Marxist history of the 18th century, explaining everything in the 18th century as an economic reason for happening. Not that I don't even know that the author was like yay for socialism or anything like that, but he saw everything through Marxist eyes, as in the economics is why things happen. The reason why things happen. I do not believe economics may allow things to happen, but I think I don't think like National Socialism, the racist elements, has anything to do with economics. I believe it's a belief system, and Germany's industrial power allows them to, go mess with their neighbors, have a world war. But so economics allows Hitler to do what he does, but doesn't cause Hitler to do what he does. So, so that's how Marxism has influenced, but he comes out of the Whig history view of history, as opposed to, I believe it's cyclical. I believe things are, you get a consolidation like the Roman Empire, like America, like that, and then eventually you'll have a collapse of what would be called empires. In any real definition of the term, I'm not talking about the overseas empire, if you will, of America, bases all over the world and puppets or whatever. I'm talking about the internal. Eventually, America is going to collapse. I hope it doesn't happen in my lifetime. I hope it doesn't happen for a few hundreds of years. But eventually, there's no system that's going to be forever stable enough that you aren't going to have another civil war. You're not going to have another breakup of what's going to happen here. So I'm a cyclical. You'll have consolidations of culture and power and whatnot, and then you'll it's sort of the old saying, tough times make hard men make easy times make men weak men make hard times, because hard times for somebody else will come there. And so you have that. Now, I don't think we're quite that it's going to happen kind of soon. I don't think so. I may be entirely wrong. Hey, Eric, how you doing? But I do think it is cyclical. And that is my take, and why I think Marx is wrong, that explains things through economics, explains things through progressive Whig history, and his solutions are wrong. He can identify some of the problems in society. But, there's a lot of elites in Britain, and I've studied like the 18th century in pretty damn detailed depth. And at the beginning of the 18th century, you have the elites, at least in certain parts of Britain, and definitely if you're talking about the 17th century in Britain, the elites, they did not exploit people. Their most valuable resource was their people, whether it's an Irish or Scottish tribe, with a chief, or whether it was some great landowner. It wasn't so much his land, it was his people. They were the valuable thing. The workers were the valuable, the cherished thing, because if you didn't have workers, that field wasn't going to get plowed. It wasn't going to be useful. And they cherished their people. They nurtured their people. Now, this is after a collapse of society of the Roman world. So you have a hierarchical society, and it's different than we have today, absolutely. And you have that. But they are forced, and I specifically know of the Highlands of Scotland, they are forced to get rid of their people because of the changing economies, because they literally can't feed these people anymore. Now, some of the more kind ones in the clearances, clearing the people off the land, because the land can be made to be profitable, but these people cannot, almost literally because of some improving elements, cannot feed themselves off this land anymore. Some of them actually buy land like in Canada, pay for ships, and put all these people on ships and send them to Canada. Others literally come in, tell them to get out of their house. If they don't get out of their house, they pull them out of their house physically. They burn their roof. Their walls are made of stone, so they push their walls in. They literally do that to clear the people. It's called the clearances. That's at the two extremes. Most are somewhere in the middle. And the people flood into the new towns, the new cities. What had Glasgow had been a town, but the industrial cities. And in some ways, things are better. But in some ways, they're god-awful. And because you have this moving of people of this new industrializing world, Marx grows up in this world where labor is the disposable thing, where before the labor was a craftsman, whether the craftsman of a farmer or craftsman of a woodworker or a blacksmith, the labor was the thing. An experienced miner who could go in and tunnel in like the 17th and 14th century. Yeah, today that would be like a harsh job, but man, he was an expert at doing that mining, and a very valuable thing. You didn't want something to go wrong with your miners, and you made sure your miners were taken care of. You get into the 19th century, it's industry, it's machines. Labor is the disposable thing. And so it's really hard on the workers then, and that is when Marx and Malthus both view the world, and that is why they have such a bad and skewed vision of the world, and so dark. When does this stream end? Well, within an hour or so it will be over. Average lifespan of a worker at a water wheel text mill, 25 years old. Yeah, and I'm not sure, Now, part of that is, okay, you have to look at that. 25 years old. So, and if we're looking at England, because I know England better than other parts. Okay, average lifespan of a worker at 25 years old. Right. Well, why is it 25 years old? Well, because so many people died at 6 months. So many people died at 1 year. So many people died at 2 years. Because if they got a scratch and they got tetanus, which we have tetanus shots for, rusty nail or something, they will die. Okay, there was it wasn't that they were malnourished or weren't given access to medicine. They would just literally get a disease, drink bad water, whatever it might be a baby and play with scissors and stab themselves. I don't know. So not necessarily a nefarious element of somebody old or somebody elite back in the past. It just, people died at 1 year old. Okay, part of it was, if you look at, because there were women in the workforce, is women would die because of childbirth, because childbirth was dangerous. Even if the baby lived, there was infection and all that. So that drills into your 25 lifespan of a worker at a watermill, 25 years. So you have to put that into your average lifespan. So most people that made it to, say, 20 years old or 18 years old would make it to the 35, 40-year-old, 45-year-old thing. So always be careful, Mom, about using some of those data points. And you have to understand, not that they're untrue, but they're not necessarily. Hitler was born right around here, I believe, in Austria. So yeah, and it wasn't the fault of government or society. It was just the lack of medical knowledge for most of it. And yeah, people lifted too heavy things and messed their back up from doing it repeatedly and other things, and they didn't have a social welfare system to take care of people with bad backs, so they continued to work, because if they didn't work, they didn't get food, and so they, crippled themselves. Absolutely. I mean, that happened, no doubt. No doubt. But that was the world back then. It wasn't the fault of a government or society or anything. It was just the way things were. Yeah, no, he was born not in Linz, but sort of right around this area, the border region, sort of near Linz, as well, sort of, Salzburg, but sort of in small towns, sort of somewhere in here. Notice why he puts his house in this part of Germany when he chooses to do that. An Obersalzburg, above Salzburg. Yeah, they would do that most assuredly because that was a valuable commodity. People wanted to use the fertilizer for sure. And yes, we're just going over to subs and more subs. More subs, so I don't have to think about this, just keep it as infinity because we just want subs and more subs. There we go. And yes, I am so glad I'm so glad I live in a world, and I know I live in the first world, very true, but I live in a world with electricity and indoor plumbing. Those two things, no matter how good, I'd like to visit some of the old world, for sure. But living in a world without indoor plumbing, pooping in a pot, and then putting that in the corner or throwing it out your window or something, not having to do that, and living in a world with electricity, even pre-computer electricity, because I grew up in a world with pre-computer electricity in essence, in a functional way for most every person. I mean, yeah, I know big computers existed when I was younger, but an electrified plumbing world, I am so glad I live in. Yeah, it might be, but I'm just not really going to do much research. And okay, we are here now. Finally, okay. Let's attack here because they're attacking, so we're going to attack the attackers. But they're attacking a different province. For all those watching, this is not going to be a serious playthrough in that I am more exploring the mod and playing than I am, like I'm not worrying about spies and I'm going to do minimal naval stuff. Yeah, horse poop. Now, horse poop is not near, because I grew up a bit on a ranch. My grandfather had a ranch. I mean, I didn't live there full time, but I visited a lot, and for days at a time and a few times weeks at a time. Horse poop isn't nearly, or cow poop isn't nearly offensive as meat eater poop. So vegetarian poop doesn't smell nearly as bad as meat eating poop, at least to me. So, but yeah, horse poop was definitely a thing, for sure. Now, I grew up on a ranch that was, it's not desert as in sand dunes and whatever else, but it's sort of sagebrush, and it was very dry. Now, there were streams around for sure, where I was, and ponds, what most of you would think of as ponds. We called them lakes, but, and so, there was green grass in some areas full, well, not in the winter, but the rest of the time because there was enough water, but the sagebrush is around, and there was cactuses and yucca plants and whatnot. So most of the animal poop would dry out pretty quickly, so you didn't worry about stepping in it, because it wasn't gicky or yucky unless it was like just a day or two fresh. So walking through a field, so unless you happen to step in something fresh, it was just stepping on clumps of, hardened earth, if you will. So I grew up around that quite a bit, and don't have a problem with it. I don't know how much I would maybe have greater problems in a moister environment in Europe, say, or something. See, the three things I'm going to sort of test out with this mod, hopefully, if I can get far enough in it without having to restart again. I want to test out the invasion of France. That's important. How that goes. Test out how sort of North Africa goes. And test out how the Soviet invasion of the Soviet Union goes. Those are the three things I'm sort of wanting to test out, and I will evaluate once I sort of get there and have a decent shot at it. That sort of evaluates to some degree the mod for me. Come on, Spain, bring in at least one or two other divisions to help me out. Yeah, seaplanes. See, that's why I like seaplanes, because they can help influence, like, dominate some of the area over here from land-based needs. And so I don't know how much surface fleet I'm going to try to get into the Mediterranean. I might try to get, if I get Italy as an ally before the war breaks out, I might try to get some subs and whatnot into the Mediterranean. How are we doing it? Recruiting? Okay, fairly good. Yeah, let's do something other than economical directly, at least. We don't need the West Wall yet. Mutually beneficial, 7 days. Almost yet. Autobahn, 42 days. Infrastructure. That's good. But like I said, I'm trying to stay away from just doing that. That's air bases. Let's look down here. That's nice. Those are sort of nice passenger. Now let's do this. Okay, well, we're gonna get oil filled up in a while, but not yet. So more factories. And now they're arguing about agreeing with each other. Okay. Now the two divisions. They just have one weak division there, but since these guys are still battling these other guys, it's giving us an advantage here. Oh, we should, yeah, let's, gamer is talking too much. And yes, do realize, I know I talk too much and don't play well. But I try to be entertaining. Okay, okay, let's have a smaller, select this, and let's split the air wing. I want like 60 fighters. See if we can get them down to here. And tactical bombers. I like tactical bombers. Can we send all of these down here? Yes, we should have done this before. Get some air experience grinding in as well. Okay. You. Oh, I guess we could have come here. Yeah, let's move to here. Let's move again to here. You do close air support. You, now that you're here, you just select that one. You come up here and you go after fighters and bombers to control these airspace. Now, when we look here, we should be able to see. Well, we have sometimes air support, and they have enemy air superiority, so that will help us out, as well as start grinding up more air experience as well. And I guess we may also, we can do a, as Arno said to do before, hadn't done it yet, send an attaché down there. So that we'll get even more. I know I could send resources, but I don't know. Equipment. I think we're already getting more experience. Okay, bases on two fronts, good. Which we can also see about An air theorist. Close air support. Lose favor if we will. Same daily gain. Let's do that here. Oh, and we have enough for another. Okay, no propaganda, large-scale propaganda. Weekly war support. Well, we're not really doing any war. But we can get war support up, I guess. Let's do that. That's not using up all of our points, but just some of them. Select a national focus. Okay. Bases to France. Yes, good. Aeronautic funding, but we'll come back to that. Okay. Smelters, but we also get a lot more, more iron and coal. Some tungsten, which we won't have to invest in. Yeah. Carbon, yeah. Let's do this after my horrid experience earlier. Well, I think we're going to end this episode, not the live stream, but this episode here. I want to thank you all for watching. Thanks for liking the videos. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. See you next time for more, yes, more Hearts of Iron. Okay, I'll be right back and then we'll make another episode, everyone. Hope you'll stay around if you can. All right, almost back here. Okay, single player. Hello, Mystic Foes. We're playing single player. At least I'm playing single player. We, not me. You're watching. Okay, let's make another episode. Welcome back, everyone. This is Gamer1745 here with my continuing look at World Ablaze mod for Hearts of Iron 4 with no step back. And of course, we're playing as Germany because I use that to evaluate mods and whatnot because I'm most familiar with the country and everything else. I want to thank some of my patrons, Nils, Toyjet, the Hoffmanator, and others. I know I'm forgetting some, but they get mentioned other times. But everybody else, if you're here, can you just give a like to the video? And if you're new, you can subscribe. Okay, we're going to continue this. We have one Panzer division here fighting in Spain, and we are trying to develop Germany into a war machine. Okay, muzzle brakes, good. Nice, whatever. Okay, back over here. Let's get that being researched. I don't know, does anybody routinely play World of Blazes multiplayer? I'm sure somebody must, but I don't know how well this would work as a multiplayer game. Hindenburg disaster. You're not going to get me on a blimp or a zeppelin or anything like that, a dirigible that's hydrogen or any other sort of flammable gas. Nope, not going to do it. Not me. They almost collapsed. Good. What meta will you be using? I'm not sure the question. Mystics. Hydrogen. Did I say helium? I meant hydrogen. Things that go woo, woo. And you rush into there to cut off or overrun the treating unit. Okay, so that'll expand that, which will mean we probably should get rid of some of our imports. Yeah. Let's do that for just 7 days. Let's take a look. Okay. We're pretty good here for that. Okay, we're not importing any aluminum, but we are over importing bauxite, so maybe not enough to bring a thing down. Here we can bring this down by 50 at least. Like to rush tanks, high armor. Infantry divisions with lots and lots of artillery, and yeah, some panzer divisions. That's what I'm right now. This is the early days, and I'm just having a few infantry divisions and building up my stocks of everything. But yeah, once we get going, infantry divisions with lots and lots of artillery and some eventual panzer divisions, I guess is what I'm trying to do. Well, didn't get to overrun him, but did get into here. Reduction eventually, but one thing I learned with World of Blaze, infantry divisions with lots of artillery, lots and lots of artillery guns. Need lots and lots. And then yes, you know, for breakthroughs and penetrating deep into the enemy's rear, some nice armored divisions. At least that's my hope. We'll see how it works out. I may, you know, F things up and not do it well. I've done that before with this mod, and I can do it again, I'm sure. Not trying to, but you know. Because these 39s are way too far in the future. 38, maybe doable. Let's... 38, 38. Yeah, we could do a patrol craft, I like. Hello, Soul XP. Well, if you don't understand their position, because they haven't even given a proper one to Germany, so what the hell are you talking about Italy for? You know, Germany, more people play Germany than play Italy. Not whether they should or shouldn't, it's just that. They've been doing everything regionally, and I still haven't done Germany yet. They haven't done Italy. Still no recon planes in this mod. Well, I think, let's see, let's go back to research here, an aircraft. Is this here? Yeah, I think this is meant to be a recon plane here. That's like a freezer storch, I think. FW, is this the owl? No, well, I think that's the owl or something. Don't know if they give more. Yeah, I think this and this is some sort of jet. I think that's what these are. Recon planes being slammed. You know, I'm not a I don't know if it's on YouTube. Don't know where it's on, but you can get it somewhere. Wings of the Luftwaffe. It's a series. Great series on and there's also Wings that go and look at other aircraft, you know, there may be like Wings of the Red Air Force or something. There's other sub-series, but Wings of the Luftwaffe, great series. I mean, it's been probably more than 10 years since I've seen it. You know, it's like one episode on the you know, 109 and one episode on the FW 190 and one on the JU 87 and whatnot, you know, and they go into these different ones. And so I've watched all of those episodes, but I'm nowhere near a Luftwaffe expert or anything like that, where I know tanks very well. I don't know if you call me an expert on them, but I know them very well. Okay, can you get across this bridge before he gets there? Nope. But maybe we can get in there and fight our way across because he's badly organized. Because the AI was moving him via rail movement instead of walking, so he comes with no organization. Because the AI is like that. Okay, and you know, we're sort of disruptive. Thanks, Arno. Yeah, the one thing that they haven't implemented, and I think they're planning on it, but is the tank designer. I don't mind that these are sort of locked into the historical models. They've specifically gone in to try to make the historical models, you know, for whatever that means. You know, what they evaluate, you know, turret strength, for, you know, turret type, gun type, hull type, whatever, you know, try to do all that to the historical ones as best as they can do, whatever, you know, however that means. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm not trying to look too deep in it because I don't want to have like, oh shit, they're wrong. No, just good, they're doing that. And I'm not against the idea of locking nations into it, but I'm not also against the idea of being able to freeform it either. You know, do you want to, you know, Germany has pretty good tank designs, so you're not going to be doing, you know, yeah, you could try to implement sloped armor earlier or something like that, absolutely, but pretty good tank design. But do you really want to be stuck with Italian tank designs? Because you get to the P-40, which is not out in 1940 like the name might suggest, gets out just in time in what, 43 or so, when Italy is collapsing and the only people use them in combat really are the Germans, or maybe the Italians against the Germans, but I don't even know if they use them there. So it's really only the Germans that use the Italian P-40, just because by the time they get it, they're being knocked out of the war, and that's still just a riveted hold tank. So do you want to be forced to play with Italian tanks? I can understand. And it's not that the Italians were offered German tank designs, and Germany could come in and set up factories and do German tank designs, but the Italian manufacturers, including aircraft, go nope, 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 nope. Now they do. It's in like somewhere I think between 200 and 400 Stukas are assembled in Italy, meaning they send down the engines, they send down all the parts, and pretty much from the ground up they're assembled. But all the manufacturing process, making of the panels, making of the engines, making of all the metal pieces, whatever, all gets done in Germany, and then still a lot of labor in putting them all together. So they just package them up and gets get assembled down in Germany. Down in Italy. So they do some of that kind of stuff, but mostly the Italian companies are nope, nope, nope. We don't want to be beholden to Germany. We're going to do our own thing. And so, did you send planes? Yes, we sent. I have a very small army. I'm making some divisions. I don't think we could add more. Yes, we have planes down. I don't know if we're maxed out on them, but we do have planes. No, we limited one division. We're still just stuck at our one division here. Yeah, how efficient the recon is, I don't know either. Okay, so we pushed into here. Now we're going to push up to here to try to create a pocket. Hopefully they'll follow in behind me. Get there in time to create this pocket I wanted to do. Yeah, and my production levels, I'm not planning on, if some expert on World Ablaze tells me you're gonna not do well if you don't have recon planes, I would build them. But unless I hear that, I'm going to stick with building more fighters, building more tanks, building more artillery pieces, that kind of thing. Stick to some of that. Okay, well. When he goes to there, we're going to move along this coast another advancement here. But leave that problem. There we are. Put at least one division in to support me. Yeah, I guess we're running on the supply train not well. Okay, more factories can be produced. Let's see about a synthetic refinery. Amelia Earhart does not find land. Well, we might get to researching Tiger tanks here. Okay, why? Okay, Okay, fresh autobahn, good. Do that too soon, it cuts off trade even worse than. I think that is really for once the war starts or something. I don't know. Yeah. Hmm. Organized army. We might at some point, but no, we need to get the. Yeah, we'll do this. Reduce our production costs. Okay, now we can start producing these guys. So we'll start with the Panzer III. Let's get 5 factories going there. Tanks are cool. Okay, we're now getting ready, if not actually starting, for a war over here. Looks like we started one. What is this up here? Okay, well. Well, that didn't work out. Why are these mountains again? Okay. Well, just a good line. Not that I'm winning the calendar rush, but do computing machine early. Now we're going to switch over from our not very good aircraft to our better aircraft, even though we knew we were going to take a big hit there. I've purchased Tank Mechanic Simulator today. I've heard of it. I haven't played it yet, as it was on sale, and trying to prevent my Steam wish list reaching below the floor. Has anybody? I've not played with it. I think maybe Eric has. Like Arno's suggesting. You know, I want to play my U-boat game that Ari got me. I haven't played it yet. I would like to learn Distant Worlds 2, but I've spent just a bit of time looking into that. There's the new DLC out for Valor and Victory, the Stalingrad DLC, which I was playing a little bit of that. Just a lot of, shall we say, demand on my time for gaming, and I just don't have enough to play everything that I would like to play. Let's see, where is it here? Is it, what I want to do is prioritize reinforcements, replacements. I know we're sort of not in a good supply situation. Am I just missing it for some reason here? Probably. What it was. Okay, well, gamer confused. Aeronautics funding. Okay, well, we have a war breaking out in Asia. Do the anti-common turn back and try to get collaboration. Let's see if we can send a observer out there. Oh, you're reading the manual? Come on, you're not supposed to read the manual. Reading the manual is an admitting defeat, that you couldn't just turn the game on and figure it out. I only read the manual when I have some sort of particular deep question, or if I turned it on and couldn't figure the game out. Yes, gamer, we know. Okay, yeah, you guys know. And yeah, some of that comes from tabletop games in the past. Oh hell, you just abandoned this province. I'll take it. Is that cutting it? Because if I can cut in deeper here, that would be better. Go, 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 go. I know supplies might not be the greatest thing there. You know, playing, you know, things like Third Reich or whatever else, I really had a really hard time to a point, especially starting, and it's habits that started when I was young. Sitting and reading a manual was entirely daunting to me for a game. And if I could just get someone to show it me and play it, you know, this is indeed, I mean, God, the internet, World Wide Web literally didn't exist. And the internet was something for a very small few people, mostly government employees existed back then. So there was, you know, unless I could get someone to show me how to play the game, show me the basic mechanics, show me how, you know, and it could be pretty, you know, it could be like Panzer Blitz or some other pretty technical game, that's fine. Show me how it works. Get the basic workings down so I can play it. And then the manuals were if I needed to look something up, needed to look some detail up. And that's how I learned to play most of the war games that I learned as a child to play. And I got to where I'm pretty instinctual on most of them. But like my cousin, who was a, you know, advanced squad leader player, once he was doing that, introduced me to the game, so I learned the basic mechanics of the game. Great, so I bought some games, and then I could look up something in the manual, no problem. But for me, sitting down and reading the manual before playing, especially in the computer age, which won't allow you to do things you can't do, just got to find the right button to click on, means I don't have to, you know, read the manuals too much. Okay. Now, okay, we don't. Oh, Japan is not at war? I thought Japan was at war. What the hell's going on here? Hello, Matt Scott. Well, like I say, oh, well, now they've declared war. I learned by watching other people how to play, or, you know, having them sort of teach me how to play. They will not accept. Why won't they accept? Oh, why don't they like me? Why don't you like me? They only think I'm +5. I've got lots of videos. This, of course, is the World Ablaze mod. There we go. That's what I wanted to come right in on the back of these 2 units that are weak and coming in here. Watch videos. Yeah, I can drive. I'm in California, of course I can drive. And I only read the car manual when I want to try to fix something. But nowadays we have YouTube, so I can just watch YouTube videos of how to fix something. Read a car manual? What would you read a car manual for? I'm a Californian. We're born knowing how to do cars. We're driven home from the hospital in a car, so we start learning about a car as an infant. Before we can really hardly tell anything else, we sit in a car. Now I know these younger folks don't know anything about cars, and I don't know how the hell they can be that way, but whatever. Paradox Discord has helped me. Good. Trying to sign some streams to watch, trying different things. Well, Matt Scott, if you scroll down, you'll see a link to my YouTube site. And I have lots of videos on Hoi 4, whole sort of row of section. You can clearly click on the upper thing and see all of my, or at least most of my playlists of Hoi 4 videos, going back to the early basic games, to a bunch of different mods to try out, all that kind of good stuff. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I keep them as reference material if I need them. Manuals, but it's just when I need them. Just about. And because I knew the anarchist uprising was going to happen, I didn't feel I needed to push in there right away. Let it to happen. Okay, now we've created this pocket. Great. Now if we can just hold on to it. We got supplies coming in with the railway this way, and they're coming around this way, so we've got supplies. They're screwed. Let's see if we can support the attack there, or no, they're attacking. Are they attacking in or out? Oh, well, now we got soldiers holding it there, we can push it. Yeah, and different mods. This mod likes a, what is it? 30 division width. Is that it? Division? I gotta sort of look here. Edit. Yeah, combat width of 30 division. So different mods do it differently. And yeah, if you look at videos that go back that I made right when the game first came out, literally the first day, it's definitely changed over time. Yeah, Poop Hunter, well, a while ago they instituted this sort of, there was, I don't know much about it, but there was sort of a anarchist uprising in this part of Spain. I don't know if trying to do attention to detail really helps the situation. Hello, Nipsu Dipsu. That's how you pronounce that. Nipsu Dipsu. How you doing? Nip. Okay, nip. I'll try to remember that. I try to remember names of people, but forgive me when I don't. Oh, I'm doing great. I don't want to spare anything right now. Nope, just playing single player. I'm still learning, evaluating, whatever you want to call it, the mod here of World Ablaze. You can see there's a lot of stuff they've done. Oh, we could secure Swedish iron 14 days. Let's do that. Maybe we should have done that earlier. Don't know if we could have. It's things like that that this gets sort of complicated on. Hello, technologist. Yeah, I built a few fuel silos. That's why, well, right now we're actually using more fuel than we're storing up. I think it's just one synthetic fuel refinery. I'm going to go for more. But yeah, I built some already and intend to build up both synthetics and fuel silos is going on. I'm trying to learn, and with a lot of help from various World Ablaze players, because the game changes a lot, right? Well, if you can, well, I don't know, maybe if you have you can manually do the mods if you can get a hold of them, because there's a manual way, because I built mods for Hoi 4, and there's the manual way to do it, to go in and build it. So yeah, you can work your way into doing it. October 37. Hey, thanks for following. Do appreciate it. Max it is. Okay, good. Love to have more people here. Ah, so you're a brother of Poop Hunter. Okay. I still have no idea why anyone would pick that as a name, but okay. People do stranger things, I'm sure. Hunt for poop, but you know, if it's what you really want to do, that's fine. Hello, Maxie. Good to have you around. Okay, well, let's look here a little scientifically. Cranking out that artillery good. We're going to have lots of artillery. We're going to expand more there. Let's put a Panzer Division into production, and let's set the location up over here. Let's put, we're going to do this with add unit, and we're going to put this location over here. I'm going to be clicking on it. Here. There we go. get more units into production. Swedish trade. Okay, good. That will help with our trade there. That was a quick one to do. Being a Monday, liquefaction. Yeah, 70 days, I know. Well, when we can, we will. Or at some point we will. Don't know if first off. Right now we can't yet. This is only going to come after probably the Winter War. That we can do that with that. So that's what quick understanding of that is. Winter War is, if not a requirement, a big thing. Okay, well, let's do another full row here. Okay, we're getting too much there, so iron that we're importing. So I know we're getting from Sweden. We've increased that. Let's do that. Well, we want to get allies like Finland, like Spain, like Japan. Yep, air cover. Doing good. Mostly our air cover. They're not huge amounts, but decent. We'll try to do our best for Finland, but we'll have to see. Okay, got that. Now we're going to help crush these anarchists. Yeah, we're going to play a bit longer, then I'm going to take a break, meaning end the stream, but we're a little bit while longer. Maybe you guys can get a cool game going. Arno, would you like to post both on YouTube and on Twitch a link to our Discord server? If you're still around, Arno. That way people can hang out there and talk to each other and maybe find people to play with. Great, Arno, thanks. Yes, we do have a Discord server here. We're gonna attack into there. I think we'll try to cut these areas off from the city. And it's growing community. You want to grow it bigger so you can find people to play with, people to play against, all that kind of good stuff, people to hang out with, whatnot. Okay, so now you guys are cut off from supplies. Let's attack straight into there. Then volunteers to China. Well, we're trying to befriend Japan more. Not that the China wouldn't be an option. They won't let us send... They don't like us enough. For some reason. I don't know why they don't like us. Historically, I'm giving a little talk. both sides were courting. I know I've talked about this before in the early, so I'm not going to go too deep in it. Both sides were courting Germany before the start of the war in China. The Sino-Japanese War, if you will, and during it. Before it, Germany had a very strong connection to China. I've recently put in events to Third Reich events, my mod for Hearts of Iron, that include, which I didn't know, Hirohito's brother, Hirohito, the Emperor of Japan, one of his prince brother, tours around Europe, but particularly meets with Hitler to try to convince Hitler to be on Japan's side of things. China's finance minister, I think it was, comes over. This is all like in 37, 38. Comes over and meets with Hitler, trying to get Hitler to like side with China, because China was Germany's bigger trade partner, as far as I can tell. Hitler ideologically likes Japan better for multiple reasons, including weird racist reasons, but there's the German, like I say, strong tradition and connection with China. Again, I know I was talking about this a while ago, that Chiang Kai-shek's adopted son is in the German army at this time, driving a Panzer around or whatnot. He does that at least some of the time, but also he's an expert. He earns sort of the highest award, or highest achievement thing for the mountain troopers. So he's does all of that. So there's connections to both sides, but Hitler ends up picking, of course, Japan over China. But they both really, really wanted Germany's support. So they would both have gladly, maybe even accepted on both sides, at least advisors and observers and whatnot. I was told that we should get to the point of having approximately 200 military factories, and it looks like we're on a good path towards that. So what I think, which these take a lot longer to build, let's add in, down here, another synthetic refinery. Well, we just play War Thunder. At least I just play War Thunder. I don't play World of Tanks. Okay, good. I was getting that up there on the storage. You got it on YouTube. Do you also have it on Twitch as well, Arno? I'm not seeing all the chat, the links to the Discord. If you haven't, just please get it up there too. Discord as well. Yes, we've got the 109, not the Emil yet. I guess we can upgrade that to the HE-111 just right now, which is I think a better bomber to have. We have somewhere in here, just a standard B1 109 already in production. We're grinding up towards that. So we are working towards that goal at least. Emil right there. Some of his stuff, but not in a while. I don't know I haven't watched anything recently. Just so much good stuff out there, I just don't get a chance to watch as much as I'd like. Too many hours of YouTube as it is. Discord is in the other Steam channels. I was hoping you just post it in the thread as well. Make sure that they get it, see it, everybody. I don't know. Make sure that Poop Hunter has it, as long as he has it, because Poop Hunter and Nips need it. The Discord thing. So if you would just post it again. Idiot proof it. No, I'm not saying you're the idiot. I'm the idiot, but not okay. The deep dive was on Japan before and through. Oh well, that would be interesting. It's been a few years. I did a bit of a deep dive into Japan a couple of years ago. Read. Highly recommend the book. Japanese destroyer captain. I think his name was Captain Hara. He was a Japanese destroyer captain. Sort of that. One of the main Nimitz biographies and a few others. Read a few books on the Pacific War in Japan and watched a few documentaries. But that was a few years ago now. I haven't really dug in too deep on it recently. Oh, you're in the Discord server. Very good. Very good. I'm just not on it now. Very good. Can you show the research trees? Well, okay. Here is the current, and again, this is for the mod. This is your infantry tree here. Go through to 46. You got your sort of support elements, whatever. Oh, one thing we should be doing is here. Got to do that because I want to get the Dora. Okay, yeah, well, that's what we want to do. We want to get the Dora artillery thing, but we can also quickly look. And this is the specific models of tanks, so they go all the way to 1950. Well, they've sort of pushed very far out on some of this stuff. I'm really only worried about World War II era things, but modeling the different versions of tanks, coming through artillery down to sort of 1948, various Nervalwaffers and whatnot. Cool. Navy, it's reasonably big. You got here with your basic models, and again, they're looking at, instead of doing all the little detail stuff, they're looking at trying basic ship model classes. They're historical. Here, a pretty full air tree, I would say, down into some very esoteric aircraft. Here we have your sort of, mine warfare or anti-submarine warfare that would go on the ships, and a bit different resource tree, which I'm focusing on now as much as I can to build that up. Show the Dutch research war if you like that. I don't know if that's anything other than generic, but we can take a look at it. Oh, I don't know that we can. I was thinking of the national focus. We can definitely look at the national focus tree. So you got Java. This is actually, they actually have a Dutch national focus tree. We really can't look, I guess, at maybe it's probably just generic. I don't know. Get into that. I don't know. Is there a way to look at it without alt tabbing or whatever into? Placate the Japanese, join Germany. Got all kinds of stuff. This is pretty detailed for the Netherlands. Okay, they're just generic. Okay, Beam Slam, so it's just generic. But they do have, Java here coming down in. Continue the Zunder Z works. Oh, expanding, uncovering your land from the ocean. Yes. So, yeah, pretty cool. Let's now crush this last little pocket over here before we go after their capital in Barcelona. Significant development. Fall of Nanjing, yes. We can see out here the AI, I presume, did a naval landing there, did another one here and out there, it looks like, unless that was one and then they pushed back. I don't know. Wish they would accept my attaché so that I could see what's going on with them. Let's send some guns, just try to make them friendlier, and we're going to improve relations. We're going to do another synthetic refinery because, like I say, I've been told by the time the war starts you should have about 200 military ICs, and we're at 155, and of course we're going to get Austria and whatever they have. We can sort of see what they've achieved now. Well, good, they're going down through, and this is the generic focus tree. Going down construction effort, which will, well, I don't care about research slots for them, but they're getting more military factories, construction, civil factories is all very good for me when I take them over. And similarly over here with Czechoslovakia, okay, they've got a more developed tree for them. Hopefully they are focusing, well, maybe not enough on, nope, they're not focusing enough on industry. They should focus more on industry themselves up. Come on, guys, get all that stuff going. They should have all of that. That should be told to focus on it. No need to do these damn fortresses because you're just going to give up anyways. And yeah, industrialize for the Reich. Gotta learn how to program those AIs, what to follow, what to do. Okay, well, we helped with that. Now, okay, what can we? Now let's come over here via rails. There we go. Get over there quickly. See, I love that we now have rails in this game. Railroads. This is so great. I love this. But I think we're going to end the episode here. I want to thank you so much for hanging out with me, those here live and those watching later. Thanks you for making it this far. I hope I've been entertaining, and I hope this is fun to watch. So thanks very much. See you next time for more, yes, more Hearts of Iron. And yeah, guys, I need to rest my voice and whatnot. I'll be back tomorrow, hopefully with Arno and maybe a few others. We're going to be playing some War Thunder, driving tanks mostly. So if you guys want to either join as in watching or in Starstreak, I hope we'll also be there. Hope. Starstreak, did you get your new computer yet? Don't know if he got his new computer yet, but maybe he'll still come one way or another, or just come and hang out with us while we may do naval. We'll see. I'm up for it, but I don't know whether other players will want to do it. Most viewers are not that interested in it. I'm not that interested in air, quite honestly. Not that I hate it or anything. No. Next week, okay. But hopefully you'll be around either way. We'll be doing that. You can play War Thunder. Well, great. Well, Poop Hunter will join us tomorrow. At least a few missions, and we play at whatever BR you're at whatever nation, at least a little bit. So come back, sort of same time tomorrow as we were. It's the last 4 hours roughly, 4 hours and 20 minutes. So this time tomorrow. I sort of know air, but I just don't like it. I'm just not. I love tanks. Naval is just sort of cool to me. It's not a huge enthusiasm, but I just love tanks so much. I like air, but just doesn't get me as much. Just doesn't get me as much. So yeah, thanks everybody. See you tomorrow.